ओए मानव जॉइन हो। हाँ अच्छा अच्छा हाँ ঠিক আছে। আবার
হ্যাঁ বলো।
আমি রেডি।
আমি তোমার যাচ্ছে,
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
এক্ষুনি লাইভ করো না।
আমি পজ করে রাখলাম।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
আর ওই তো তোমার মানবকে ফোন করলাম,
হুম
বলছে আমি ভোট অফ থ্যাঙ্কস তো লেখা হয়নি, আমি লিখছি, একটু পর আমি জয়েন হচ্ছি, 10টার পরে জয়েন হচ্ছি।
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, অসুবিধা নেই।
তুমি টিফিন টিফিন করেছো তো?
হ্যাঁ
টিফিন টিফিন করেছো তো?
না এখনো করিনি, ও করে নেবো মাঝখানে কি আছে,
হুম
চাপ নেই, হয়ে যাবে হয়ে যাবে।
পণ্ডিতের কি খবর? পণ্ডিত তো কিছু আর বললো না, কাল কাল থেকে তো আর কোনো কথাই বললো না কাল থেকে।
না না, পণ্ডিত তো কালকে ছিল তো।
হ্যাঁ, তারপরে কালকে প্রোগ্রাম শেষ হওয়ার পর থেকে আর কোনো রিপ্লাই দেখলাম না দুপুর পর থেকে।
কি জানি, ফোন করো পণ্ডিতকে, কোথায় আছে দেখো।
আজকে অবশ্য কলেজে মিটিং ফিটিং আছে বলছিল, যাবে বোধহয় না, কে জানে।
কিসের মিটিং?
আজ কি
কলেজ?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ স্যার এটা বলেছে না, কিসের কি প্রতিপত্তি নিয়ে কি সব হয় বলছে।
মনে হয় কালকের তো, আজ তো 30 তারিখ।
হ্যাঁ তো কবে বলেছিল?
শুক্রবার বলেছে তো, আজ তো বৃহস্পতিবার মনে হয়।
হুম হুম হুম
হ্যাঁ না, ওটা শুক্রবার তো।
কে জানে কি বলে, দেখছি তো।
দেখে নিচ্ছি আমি। হুম।
হ্যাঁ শুক্রবার তো, শুক্রবারই বটে গো।
এই একটা কি ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম নিয়ে কিছু একটা এসছে, কথা এসছে, দেখো তোমাদের ওই জিওগ্রাফি সেমিনারের ওইটায়
কি কি বলেছে?
বলছে যে উনি পুরো এটাই মানে অ্যাটেন্ড করেছেন,
হুম।
কিন্তু পাচ্ছেন না, ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম ফিল আপ করতে পারছেন না।
আচ্ছা
আচ্ছা, এই সেম লিংক দেবে তো আজকেরও?
আজকের লিঙ্ক, হ্যাঁ একই একই। 2 দিনে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স কম্পালসারি।
কত?
2 দিনে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স কম্পালসারি। ও একদিনে তাহলে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স হলো না?
কেন, কালকে তো অনেকে ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম পেয়ে গেছে।
হ্যাঁ কালকে মোটামুটি পেয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ,
ও কায়দা করে কালকে ভর্তি করেনি, বুঝলে?
হ্যাঁ, হয়তো
যদি
কোথাও
যদি ওর যদি প্রবলেম হতো কালকেই বলতো। আর অন্যদের তো প্রবলেম, কারো কিছু হয়নি, কোনো কমপ্লেন আসেনি তো।
হ্যাঁ, শুধু ওই এটা ছিল না মনে হয়, তোমার ওই কি বলে,
মিসেসটা ছিল না।
হ্যাঁ মিসেসটা ছিল না, মিসটা।
মিসটা।
নতুন এটা দেখলে এডুকেশন পলিসিটা?
হ্যাঁ দেখলাম।
বাওয়াল এডুকেশন পলিসি করেছে কিন্তু,
হুম।
আমার বিষয়
টপিক টপিক সব উঠিয়ে দিচ্ছে গো।
এবার গ্রাজুয়েশনে একটা থিসিস পেপার জমা করতে হবে কিন্তু।
তাই?
হুম, 4 বছরের গ্রাজুয়েশন, এমফিলটা ওটাই ইন্টিগ্রেটেড এমফিল করে দিল, মানে অনার্সটাই হবে এমফিল এর মতো এবার। তারপরে তুমি 1 বছরের মাস্টার্স ইন্টিগ্রেটেড পিএইচডি, মানে মাস্টার্সে একটা রিসার্চ, গ্রাজুয়েশনে একটা রিসার্চ, তারপরে হবে ওই মানে অ্যাব্রডে, বিদেশে যেরকম আছে ওরকম করে দিল, প্রি স্কুল, হাই স্কুল, মিড স্কুল, গ্রাজুয়েশন, এরকম করে দিল। আরে
নমস্কার দাদা।
নমস্কার।
এলাহি নাকি?
কি মনে হচ্ছে? মনে হয় নাকি?
ভালো তো, এলাই মুখটা বহুদিন পর দেখলাম। কি শরীর ঠিক আছে তো ভাই?
তুমি দেখার চেষ্টা করছো না?
এই তুই ভিডিও অন করছো না, তাহলে কি করে হবে? ভিডিও তো অন করে রাখছো। বলছি ভিডিওটা মাঝে মাঝে অন করো, তবে দেখতে পাবো।
তোমার মনে সবসময় অন হে?
আমি টেকনিক্যাল লোক, বুঝলে? ঘরের পেছনে,
আচ্ছা
মানে পিছনের দিকে মানে লুকিয়ে থাকার মতো, বুঝতে
আচ্ছা।
পারছো? ফ্রন্ট অফিসে যারা আছে তাদের তো মুখটা ইয়ে করতে হবে, দেখাতে হবে।
আচ্ছা, তোমরা তুমি তাহলে অবজারভেশনে আছো।
অবজারভেশন নয়, কি বলতো, সেই স্টেজের পেছনে দিয়ে কিছু লোক থাকে না, যারা
হুম
ওই লাইট ফাইট ঠিক করে, এই ইয়েটা মাইক্রোফোনটা কাজ করছে কিনা দেখো, এইসব বলে, তো সেই
হুম
ধরনের লোক আর কি,
আচ্ছা,
বুঝতে
তো
পেরেছো?
তোমাদের মুখটা তো একবার দেখাও রে ভাই।
স্টেজের উপরে যারা আছে তারাই মুখ
হুম
ঠিকঠাক দেখাচ্ছে না, তাহলে আর কি হবে বলো? হ্যাঁ।
আমরা ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডের, আমরা নামে সামনে কিন্তু থাকি পেছন বেঞ্চে।
আচ্ছা,
ও সেমিনার কই, লোক কই?
এই আমরা আগে থেকে ঢুকে গেছি। দশটা
আচ্ছা।
15 20 বটে, 15 হবে না, 10টা 20 20 25 হবে, দেখো।
কলেজ গিয়েছো নাকি আজকে?
আর
আজকে কলেজ যাওয়ার কোনো
না না,
সেই
কলেজ না।
কলেজ থেকে করবে বলছিলে যে?
না না, আমার গ্রামেই করছি। গ্রামে একটা দোকানে ওরকম ইয়ে আছে, কানেকশন আছে,
হুম
যে ওখানে ওই ভাইটাকে বললাম যে ওখান থেকে করছি। কলেজ
বেশ
গিয়ে
বেশ।
সেই অত বড় বিল্ডিং এ একা বসে থাকতে খুব বিরক্তিকর, বুঝলে?
না আজকে যেতে পারতে, আজকে অনেক ক্যান্ডিডেট আছে কলেজে।
আজকে কি অফিসিয়াল কিছু কাজ চলছে নাকি?
না আজকে স্যাররা সম্ভবত আসতে পারে মেবি।
আজকে নয় গো, কালকে আসবে।
কালকে? না তবে কলেজে আজকে লোক থাকবে আমার কাছে যতটুকু ইনফরমেশন আছে।
আচ্ছা। গুড মর্নিং স্যার।
Good morning, good morning.
এ বাড়ি হচ্ছে থাইল্যান্ড।
হ্যাঁ স্যার বলুন। ওরা ইয়ে করেনি? এ হ্যাঁ, কাল না পরশু ইয়ে হলো গো, আমি ওটা বুঝতে পারলাম না কেসটা কি হলো, ওটা ওখান থেকে পাঠিয়েছে নয়? তা কই আমাদের অ্যাকাউন্টে কোনো ইয়ে হয়নি, কোনো নোটিশও দিল না, কিছুই না। হ্যাঁ, ওই টাকাটা ঢুকেছে আমি দেখেছি, ওই তো সেই অর্ধেক টাকা। না, এটা এটা তো এটা তো আমরা ইয়ে মার্চ মাসে, ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। না না, ওই আগেকার ডিউ ডিউ ছিল, সেটা ঢুকলো, ওটা অসুবিধা নেই, ঠিক আছে, ওটা অসুবিধা নেই। আর ইয়ে ব্যাংক অ্যাকাউন্ট তো আলাদা। আরে ওখানে যেটা স্যালারি যেটা ঢুকছে, ওটা তো আমাদের ইয়ের অ্যাকাউন্টে। না, ওই অ্যাকাউন্টে দেখলাম না। এবার এখানে যেটা ঢুকেছে সেটা কোনো মানে স্যালারি গুলো কোনো উল্লেখ আছে কি? হ্যাঁ, তাহলে অসুবিধা কি আছে? আমি কারো কাছে টাকা পেতাম, সে আমাকে দিয়েছে, ওটা নিয়ে চাপ নেই, কিন্তু আমি বলতে চাইছি যে ওইটা যদি কলেজ না করে তাহলে কিসের ব্যাপার? আপনি ইয়ে সেক্রেটারিকে ফোন করেছিলেন? ও, ফোন নাম্বার দিলাম, আগে দিন হয় না তারপরে সেক্রেটারি ফোন করবো, সিএম স্যারকে বলে লাভ নেই, বুঝতে পেরেছেন? আর একটু মানে ইয়ে দেখান, মানে ঝাঁজ একটু দেখান, নাহলে হবে না। হ্যাঁ, আপনি আজ বলুন, আমি তাহলে কাল পরশু করে আরেকবার করবো। বলুন, হবে।
ভালো থাকুন স্যার।
নাতি আছে, ও
হ্যাঁ,
করে দিয়ে
কালকে তো সারাদিন নাতিকে দেখতে পেয়েছি।
ছিল।
হ্যাঁ মঞ্জুরি ম্যাডাম প্লিজ।
Namaskar. Welcome to all of our eminent geographer, scientist, participant, and our honorable principal. Our honorable emeritus professor, Professor J.K. Rauteri sir, my teacher, Professor Dr. Nageshwar Prasad, special lecturer invited special lecturer Professor Dr. Apurva Ratan Ghosh, and all my colleagues and participants, and my honorable principal sir. Now we will start our second day's program. So may I request our honorable principal sir for his introduction for 2 days, second day's international webinar. Sir, please.
সুপ্রভাত, সকলকে আমার নমস্কার এবং শ্রদ্ধা জানাচ্ছি। আজকে দ্বিতীয় দিন আমাদের এই আধুনিক প্রযুক্তির মাধ্যমে যে সেমিনারের আয়োজন করা হয়েছে, আজকে তার দ্বিতীয় দিন। এই দ্বিতীয় দিনের শুভ সকালে আমি আরেকবার সকলকে আমার নমস্কার এবং শ্রদ্ধা জানাচ্ছি। গতকাল যে অনুষ্ঠানটি হয়েছিল একটি চমৎকার ভাবে শেষ হয়েছে, অসাধারণ ইতিবাচক অনেক কিছু আমরা পেয়েছি। কিন্তু আমার একজন সহকর্মী বিধান মন্ডল, তিনি একটা ত্রুটি আমাকে ছড়িয়ে দিয়েছেন। সেই ত্রুটিটার আজকে আমরা সংশোধন করব। সেই ত্রুটিটা হলো, গতকাল 29শে জুলাই একটি আমাদের কাছে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ দিন ছিল। সেই দিনটি হচ্ছে ঐতিহ্যবাহী আধুনিক সেই মহান পণ্ডিত ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগরের প্রয়াণ দিবস ছিল। এটাকে আমরা স্মরণ করতে ভুলে গিয়েছিলাম। আজকে আমরা সেই মহান মানুষটিকে শ্রদ্ধার সঙ্গে আমরা স্মরণ করছি। আমাদের যে আলোচনার যে বিষয়, সেই আলোচনার বিষয়টাকে যদি আমরা ব্যাখ্যা করি বা বিশ্লেষণ করি, তাহলে দেখতে পাবো যে সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের যে কতগুলো দিক, সেই দিকগুলোর মধ্যে অন্যতম হচ্ছে কোয়ালিটি এডুকেশন এবং জেন্ডার ইকুয়ালিটি। এই দুটো ক্ষেত্রকে যদি আমরা ব্যাখ্যা করি, বিশ্লেষণ করি, তাহলে আমরা এই আধুনিক মানুষটিকে ভালো করে বুঝতে পারবো, বিদ্যাসাগরকে আমরা ভালো করে বুঝতে পারবো। বিদ্যাসাগর কি করেছিলেন, আমাদের জন্য কি করেছিলেন, যেটাকে নিয়ে আজ আমরা বারবার বলছি, কোয়ালিটি এডুকেশনের কথা বলছি। আমাদের যে এজেন্ডা, যে 17টা যে সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের যে গোলস বা এজেন্ডা বা লক্ষ্য, সেই লক্ষ্যের অন্যতম হচ্ছে কোয়ালিটি এডুকেশন। বিদ্যাসাগর সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু একটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ইতিবাচক ভূমিকা গ্রহণ করেছিলেন, এটাকে আমাদের ভুললে চলবে না। যেরকম তিনি গ্রহণ করেছিলেন, ব্রিটিশেরা তাদের নিজেদের স্বার্থে আজকাল কেরানিকে তৈরি করার জন্য আমাদের ওয়েস্টার্ন এডুকেশনকে চালু করেছিলেন। সেই এডুকেশনের কোনো ভ্যালু ছিল না, কোয়ালিটি ছিল না। এটাকে বিদ্যাসাগর তিনি অনুভব করতে পেরেছিলেন। তাই বিদ্যাসাগর যখন সংস্কৃত কলেজের অধ্যক্ষ ছিলেন, তখন তিনি যে প্রস্তাবগুলো করেছিলেন, সেই প্রস্তাবের মূল উদ্দেশ্য ছিল সংস্কৃত এবং ইংরেজি সমৃদ্ধ জ্ঞান ভাণ্ডারকে একত্রিত করে তার ভিত্তিতে বিদ্যা অর্জন করতে হবে এবং এই শিক্ষা লাভ করে যে তরুণেরা বেরিয়ে আসবেন, তারা পাশ্চাত্য জগতের বিজ্ঞান এবং সভ্যতার পরিচয় ঘটাতে সক্ষম হবেন। এটা ছিল বিদ্যাসাগরের চিন্তা ভাবনা। আমাদের মনে রাখতে হবে যে সংস্কৃতের এই পণ্ডিত হওয়া সত্ত্বেও পাশ্চাত্যের শ্রেষ্ঠ চিন্তাধারাগুলোকে গ্রহণের বিষয়ে তার কোনো গোড়ামি ছিল না। আমরা জানি যে 1851 থেকে 1854 সালের মধ্যে তিনি শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থার উন্নতির জন্য অনেক প্রস্তাব দিয়েছিলেন। তিনি সকলের জন্য শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাকে চেয়েছিলেন, মাতৃভাষার মাধ্যমে তিনি শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থার প্রচলন করতে চেয়েছিলেন। ইংরেজি ভাষার মাধ্যমে তিনি পৃথিবীর জ্ঞান ভান্ডারকে গ্রহণ করতে চেয়েছিলেন। তিনি অন্ধ কুসংস্কার, অন্ধবিশ্বাস মুক্ত এক শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা চালু করে কোয়ালিটি এডুকেশনের সার্থক প্রয়োগ ঘটিয়েছিলেন। এটা আমাদের ভুলতে চলবে না। আর কি তিনি করেছিলেন, যেটাকে নিয়ে আমাদের খুব আলোচনা হচ্ছে, যে জেন্ডার ইকুয়ালিটি, নারী পুরুষের মধ্যে যে বিভেদ, সেই বিভেদ থেকে তিনি ঘটাবার চেষ্টা করেছিলেন। এবং আমাদের যে ভারতবর্ষের যে নারীদের যে দুর্গতি ছিল, সেই দুর্গতির মোচনের জন্য তিনি আপ্রাণ চেষ্টা করে গেছেন। নারী জাতির উন্নতি ছিল তার স্বপ্ন, এবং তার উদ্যোগেই আমরা দেখেছি যে 1856 সালে বিধবা বিবাহের প্রবর্তন হয়েছিল। এগুলোকে আমাদের ভুলতে চলবে না। তাই তো রবীন্দ্রনাথ বলেছিলেন যে আমরা আরম্ভ করি, শেষ করি না, আরম্ভ করি, কাজ করি না, যাহা অনুষ্ঠান করি তাহা বিশ্বাস করি না, যাহা বিশ্বাস করি তাহা পালন করি না। বিদ্যাসাগর সব বিষয়ে এর বিপরীত ছিলেন। দয়া নয়, বিদ্যা নয়, ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগরের চরিত্রের প্রধান গৌরব তার আত্মার অজেয় গৌরব এবং তার অক্ষয় মনুষ্যত্ব। সুতরাং আমরা এই আধুনিক এবং ঐতিহ্যশালী এই মানুষটিকে শ্রদ্ধা জানাচ্ছি আমাদের আজকে সেমিনার শুরু হওয়ার প্রথম পর্বে। আমরা গতকাল যে সমস্ত আলোচনাগুলো পেয়েছি, তাতে আমরা দেখেছি এই যে আপনার যে সাস্টেনেবল যে ডেভেলপমেন্টের যে উন্নয়ন, সেই উন্নয়নের ধারা ঠিক কতখানি আমাদের তৃতীয় বিশ্বের মানুষের কাছে প্রযোজ্য হয়েছে, এ প্রশ্নটি থেকে যাবে। কারণ আমরা জানি তৃতীয় বিশ্বের উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলোর 4.4 মিলিয়ন জনসংখ্যার মধ্যে 3/5 এখনো স্বাস্থ্য পরিষেবা থেকে বঞ্চিত। 1/3 মানুষ এখনো বিশুদ্ধ পানীয় জল পায় না। 1/4 মানুষের আবাস গৃহ নেই। 1/5 মানুষ এখনো শিশু শিক্ষা থেকে বঞ্চিত, তারা অক্ষরহীন। বহু শিশু জন্ম নেওয়ার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে তারা মৃত্যুকে আলিঙ্গন করছে। বহু মানুষ অনাহার এবং দারিদ্রতাকে নিয়ে দিন কাটাচ্ছে। অপুষ্টি এবং মৃত্যু তাদের জীবন। এগুলো কিন্তু একটা বাস্তব বিষয়। আজকে প্রথম বিশ্বের সঙ্গে যদি তৃতীয় বিশ্বের যদি আমরা তুলনা করে দেখি, তাহলে আমাদের চোখে আঙুল দিয়ে এই পার্থক্যটা কিন্তু দেখাচ্ছে। আজকে যদি এশিয়া, আফ্রিকার এমন অনেক দেশ রয়েছে যেখানে মানুষ এখনো অনাহারে দিন কাটাচ্ছে, এগুলোকে আমরা ভুলতে পারি না। তাহলে পরে আমরা কি দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এই সমস্ত অনাহার থেকে, অপুষ্টি থেকে মুক্তির জন্য আন্তর্জাতিক সংস্থাগুলো চেষ্টা করছে। তার পরিণামটা কি হচ্ছে? তার পরিণামটা হচ্ছে তৃতীয় বিশ্বের দেশগুলো ঋণ ভারে জর্জরিত হয়ে যায়। উন্নতির বদলে আরো বেশি তারা অন্ধকারের দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে। এই জিনিসগুলোকে আমরা অস্বীকার করতে পারি না। তবুও আমরা বলবো আমরা নেতিবাচক হব না, আমরা ইতিবাচক হব। আমরা আশা করব যে 2030 সালের মধ্যে আমরা এমন একটা পৃথিবীতে দেখতে পাবো, যে পৃথিবীতে অনাহার থাকবে না, অপুষ্টি থাকবে না, নারী পুরুষের মধ্যে কোনো বৈষম্য থাকবে না, সাম্রাজ্যবাদ থাকবে না। একটা সুন্দর জীবনকে আমরা উপভোগ করতে পারবো, এটা আমরা আশা করতে পারি। আজকের যে আলোচনা হবে, যে আলোচনার যিনি বিশেষ আজকে বক্তা রয়েছেন, তিনি হচ্ছেন অধ্যাপক অপূর্ব রতন ঘোষ মহাশয়। তিনি অত্যন্ত শ্রদ্ধেয় মানুষ, পণ্ডিত মানুষ। তার আলোচনার মাধ্যমে থেকে আমরা অনেক কিছু জানতে পারবো, অনেক কিছু বুঝতে পারবো। এবং তিনি আমাদের অত্যন্ত পরিচিত, অত্যন্ত শ্রদ্ধাভাজন মানুষ। তাকে আমরা পাওয়াতে আমরা খুব নিজেদেরকে গর্ববোধ করছি। এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে পুরনো একজন ভূগোলবিদ নাগেশ্বর প্রসাদজি, তার সঙ্গে আমার ব্যক্তিগত সম্পর্ক আছে, তিনিও আজকে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন। তাকে আমি শ্রদ্ধা জানাচ্ছি এবং তাকে আমি তার এই বয়সে তিনি যে আমাদের সঙ্গে অংশ নিচ্ছেন, আমাদেরকে সহযোগিতা করছেন, এই জন্য আমরা নিজেদেরকে ধন্য বলে আমরা মনে করছি। তাকে ধন্যবাদ দিয়ে ছোট করতে চাই না, বরং এই প্রবীণ মানুষটিকে আমার অন্তর থেকে আমি প্রণাম জানাচ্ছি এবং আমার বিনম্র শ্রদ্ধা জানাচ্ছি। মঞ্জুরি সরকার বসু এই মহামারীর সময়তে তার ভূগোল ডিপার্টমেন্টকে নিয়ে যে এই যে ওয়েবিনারের যে ব্যবস্থা করেছে, এই জন্য তাদেরকে আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি এবং আশা করছি যে তাদের এই উদ্যোগ, তাদের এই প্রচেষ্টা সাফল্যমণ্ডিত হবে। আমরা অধীর আগ্রহে অপেক্ষা করছি যে অপূর্বরতন ঘোষ মহাশয় তার মূল্যবান বক্তৃতার মাধ্যমে আমাদেরকে সমৃদ্ধ করবেন। আমি আর বিশেষ কিছু বলতে চাই না, আমি এখানে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি এবং আমরা আরেকবার আমাদের এই আন্তর্জাতিক যে সেমিনার চক্র তার সাফল্য কামনা করছি। নমস্কার, সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি।
Thank you, sir. We learned so many very new things from our honorable principal, sir, Dr. Kanti Chattopadhyay, and we recall our convey and deep gratitude to Vidyasagar death ceremony. We feel very happy being a woman. I am very proud for Pandit Vidyasagar. Without his contribution, I am not here. So I pranam to Vidyasagar and all my teacher and respected professors, sir. I feel very blessed and happy to our honorable professor, Dr. Apurvaratan Ghosh, former head, Department of Environmental Science and Joint Director IQAC and Director of HRDC, University of Bardhaman. Professor Ghosh is now a Professor of Environmental Science, the University of Bardhaman, West Bengal. He was the Joint Director and International Quality Assurance Sales and Director of UGC Academic Staff College. Dr. Ghosh has received the Indian Service Academy, Science Academy, INSA Visiting Fellowship and Fellowship from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. He has received Best Presenter Award from IUEAS Austin, USA, and acted as invited speaker and panel expert in the University of Manchester, Texas, UK, and BITs in China. He has got authorship of 8 books, 8 chapters in edited volumes, and 103 research papers published in referred national and international journals. Professor Ghosh has already bagged 19 research projects and schemes sponsored by different Indian agencies. Professor Ghosh is actively engaged as a member coordinator with pair team of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that means NAC. He has worked as an expert member of University Grant Commission, NUPA, as well as expert member of different universities. He has got experience to work as an expert member in Academic Audit Committee in Northeastern universities and other universities also. He is also nominated an expert member of Assam Public Service Commission, Jharkhand Public Service Commission, so on. She has been assigned as a research person to deliver lecture on academic audit and green audit in different academic institutions. He is the live member of different national and international bodies and editorial board of national and international peer review journals. Dr. Ghosh has lectured and chaired over 20 national and international conferences. So, Professor Ghosh, may I request to speak your valuable special lecture.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, really Dr. Manjari Sarkar Basu for inviting me, as well as my very beloved elder brother, Vinalda, now the principal and the leader of this college. My very respect to my teacher. He is the teacher of the teachers, Professor Nageshwar Prasad ji. I have got some opportunity to work with him when we have joined in the Academic Staff College under his leadership. And thanks to Yesterday, resource persons, Professor routed. আমি মৃণালদা আমার সম্পর্কে যা বলেছেন আমি আপ্লুত। আমি মৃণালদা বলেই বলছি, আপনার কলেজ আমার গ্রামের কলেজের কাছে, কেতুগ্রাম থানাতে। কালকে যখন জানতে পারলাম তখন এত আনন্দ হচ্ছিল, মনে হচ্ছিল যে মৃণালদার কলেজেই চলে যাই। তো এই লকডাউন ফেজে এমন সময়ে মৃণালদা এমন একটা প্রোগ্রাম অনুষ্ঠান আয়োজন করেছে যেখানে আমি হয়তো যেতে পারছি না, কিন্তু আমার আশা রইল অতি অবশ্যই আমি আপনার কলেজে যাব, আপনি আমাকে আপনার সঙ্গে দেখা করব, এইটুকু আশা রাখছি। This today's conference, it's a webinar, obviously. The exercise all the academician is doing under this situation, obviously the pandemic situation, it is worthy to mention. So many colleges and academic institutes, they are organizing this type of webinar, where they have invited their students, research scholars, their faculty members under one umbrella, where we can integrate ourselves with the knowledge and sharing of knowledge. The topic which has been decided by this conference or webinar, that is sustainability. You see, it's a big question. It's a big business. Why? Obviously, you are thinking about it. According to some of the scientists, sustainability and the topic which I want to deal with today, that is the biodiversity, is the two sides of a single coin. And it is related. It is important for societal purpose, economical purpose, as well as environmental health purpose. Now you see, this year, 2020, the World Environment Day was celebrated under the theme of biodiversity conservation or celebration. Now why? Because this biodiversity is a coin for a business. When we are talking about sustainability, we all know that humans use natural resources such as forest, oil, minerals. You see, if you see the forest, that means the total living organisms within the forest. That will give you the concept of the biodiversity. This biodiversity, we have been only able to identify 21 lakh species so far. But for your information, we have not been able to identify even at least 150 to 2,000 crore of organisms. Although we know this blue planet, it is harboring, it is the good habitat for the microbes to mammals or mammoth, the biggest mammal once upon a time. So this is starting from these microorganisms to man, they are making the range of biodiversity to make the earth beautiful and bountiful. Why bountiful? Because we are getting all sorts of resources from the earth. It may be our need, it may not be. What we are keeping for the next generation, that is our resource. We are using these resources, which we are extracting it from our mother earth. We are making some devastation, some degradation to the ecosystem. Now, this once upon a time, the concept of ecosystem was only the relationship or interaction between the living and non-living organisms. But see, now this concept is not like that. It's an idea. It's a science. And it's meaning the political organization all over the country. So the ecosystem It has been coined in another terminology, which is called ecosystem services. And some of the scientists go beyond it. They named it ecosystem footprint. Now, what is ecosystem services? Whatever the food we are producing, whatever the natural resources we are getting, all we are taking from our ecosystem. But what we are paying for ecosystem? We are only extracting from the ecosystem. We are getting the ecosystem services. That means we are using the natural resources. We are also resources. We are also getting the services from the ecosystem, like air and water purification, climate action, our agriculture, our forestry. So these ecosystem services, so what we are paying for, we are making the business. This biodiversity is a big concept of economies. Why? I will tell you. Only in Africa, there are $73 million business annually. $73 million business in America. In world, it is $1.23 lakh. Can you imagine this thing? But you see, what we are getting from this western part and the central part of African people, they are not getting that amount of money. They are so pure as it is concerned with my Minalda told really, they are the poor to poorest people of this part of this. But one African earned $1,000 annually. They are absolutely, the rural people of this western and central part of Africa, they are absolutely dependent on this wild meat. That means bush meat, which is less costlier than the other farm meat. So, not only that, as you know, the Madagascar priuncle, which is called Catharanthus roseus, this is a drug which is meant for cancer. You see, this drug is first isolated by the tribal people. Now it's a great business. In Brazil, some of the organizations are there, which is called IBNIO. Their rural people have been able to identify at least 1 lakh plant species. Out of them, they are making crores of business. You see, in this world, at least 80,000 plant species are making food for the human population. Out of this 80,000 plant species, 200 plant species are directly used by 60% of the population in this world right now. And if you concern, at least four of them, potato, paddy, maize, and wheat, it has been used at least every day in the meal of 20% of the people. Once upon a time, our land, right now also, the land, that means India, it was the land of spices. We are making also the business by exporting these spices. And one of them is very important, which is called cumin, C-U-M-I-N, that is jeera. Not only cumin, but red chili, our green cardamom, these are black peppers. These are also very, very important for its business. This biodiversity provides three things. Yesterday, when I'm listening to Professor Rauteri, I am thinking that I can make the sustainability in three terms. The first one, economic health. The second one, social equality. And the third one is environmental health. And I make these three things into three terminology, which is called profit, people, and planet. Now, this environmental sustainability in terms of the coinage of biodiversity that provides people with basic ecosystem goods and services. It provides goods, as I have mentioned you, food, fiber, medicine, and the services like air and water purification, climate regulation, erosion control, and nutrient cycling. In spite of that, biodiversity plays a very important role in economic sectors which is connected with the economies and drive development, including agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and tourism. I'll give you the data. There are 3 billion people, they rely on the marine and coastal fisheries or aquatic ecosystem. At least 1.6 billion people, they rely on forest and non-timber forest products on their livelihoods. So, it is the time to understand the biodiversity in one hand and sustainability or importance of sustainable development in another hand. As we have seen since Rio in the year 1992, there was an interesting debate between the sustainability and the issues of biodiversity. At that time, they have considered the displacement of the rural people or indigenous people or tribal people from their reserved areas, their preserved areas. What happened? Because if you displace these people from their own habitat, there will be a great loss to the ecosystem. There will be a great loss to the forest and forest products. So they have tried to link this biodiversity conservation with Millennium Development Goals. Millennium Development Goals, which was framed in September 2000. According to them, biodiversity can alleviate hunger and poverty and degradation. It can promote good health, human health, and be the basis for ensuring freedom and equality for all. Professor Mukhopadhyay rightly mentioned that how this poverty and the gender equality come in front of this sustainability. He has linked it very nicely. I do salute him. And this biodiversity, it underpinning the livelihoods, particularly for the poor people. You see, human being or human civilization is paying for its procrastination and prevarication. That means he is continuously ignoring the different actions he has taken or it has taken time to time, and as well as his indulgence towards the dystopian nature of the relationship between the nature and the human being. Once upon a time, this concept of this blue planet or earth, it was told as a Gaia. That means Devi Ma, goddesses Devi, goddesses. There he has maintained, Professor Lovelock, he has maintained a very good relationship. Sometimes maybe that there is a conflict between the Darwinian concept and the James Lovelock hypothesis. But no, there is a cohesion. It has to be explored. So different national and local bodies, all the stakeholders, maybe the private, maybe public sectors, they need to ensure the biodiversity and ecosystem services. And that can be mainstreamed for the development and eradication of the poverty, which is the first point of the sustainable development goals. Then a reduction of these policies and actions. Accordingly, these Millennium Sustainable Goals, they have made some efforts to improve and ensure the livelihood of the common peoples. and considering the decline and deforestation or degradation of the ecosystem, they gave the concept for the conservation of biological diversity, CPD. You see, the conservation of biological diversity, the biological diversity, this terminology was used in the year 1980. In the year 1980 by Thomas Lovejoy. Then it was modified into biodiversity. But you see, after 2000, it has been coined as conservation of biological diversity. When Professor Lovejoy coined this terminology, he has made the relationship with the sustainability and ecosystem, not the concept of the biological diversity in the terms of species diversity or genetic diversity or ecosystem diversity. After that, this Wilson in 1986, when he used the terminology biodiversity, he made the relationship between this and it's defined, it's connected with the humanity. And you see that according to this CBD, to achieve by 2010, now they have in UNEP, they are making this biodiversity conservation decade. As you know, in the biodiversity conservation or biodiversity was named as International Year for Biodiversity. In this year, 2021 to 2030, they have made it. That is the decade for ecological protection and conservation. All we know, this Convention on Biological Diversity, it was targeted to achieve a significant reduction of the current rate of loss of biological diversity. I will tell you that this biological annihilation akin to 6th mass extinction events. 6th. I can tell you this in front of this big geographers, those who are here. Anthropocene. This is the terminology which is coined sometimes in Eugene F. Stoemer in the year sometimes in 1945. 1980. And he told that Anthropocene is an epoch. And it was really loved by the Nobel laureate, Paul Krugman. He is the Nobel laureate. And they told that the era or epoch of Anthropocene, it will be started from 1945. Why? Because 16th August 1945 was the day in the Trinity nuclear test, the detonated nuclear bomb. So, 16th August 1945, this is the beginning of the Anthropocene. Some of my geographer faculty members, my friends, my research scholars may differ with me, but I am making this for their. You have seen so many epochs, but this epoch is accepted up to this 4th industrial revolution, when it has been started with digital machine or digitalization as well as robotics. Now, this extinction must be checked. If you see, during 1600 to 1850, within these 250 years, only there was extinction of 2 to 3 species every decade. After that, it became 20,000 in decade. Now this year, in 2020, the scientists are concerned about 10 lakh species at verge of extinction. Now, can you imagine what a loss you can predict from it? If you consider that within the 50 years, the human population become double, you see, there are 3 times a rise in taking the animal meat. And annually, we are taking 200 or 2 crore animal meat because of this urbanization and industrialization. Now, if you see this bush meat, which is making the pound or dollar for the rural people, if it is stopped, and due to this bushmeat trading or animal poaching, if it is stopped, then how much amount of this biodiversity we can save? So biodiversity is essential for sustainable development and human being. I hope that this biodiversity, it intervenes the provision of food, fiber, and water. It will be able to mitigate the resilience to climate change because it supports human health and it provides jobs in agriculture. It provides jobs in fisheries, forestry, and many other sectors. All these events, the Mother Earth provides us, as I told you, huge amount of resources. So I do hope that everyone has the right of full enjoyment of human rights, including the rights of life, health, food, and water depends on the services provided by the ecosystem. The full enjoyment of human rights depends on biodiversity. And the degradation and loss of biodiversity will undermine the ability of human beings to enjoy their human rights. All you know that man can foresee, man can forestall. Similarly, man can destroy itself. All the dear audience, distinguished personality, I will say that please make this theme, make this mool mantra that for the greatest good, for the greatest number of common people, and for the longest time, it is the sustainability to me. Thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity to listen very carefully. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. We learned so many knowledgeable things from your valuable lecture. Thank you, sir. We hope we will meet soon in your college platform. Thank you again. Thank you, sir. Now we will start our technical session 2. Sri Mahavendra Das, Organizing Secretary of this international webinar and Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Kandra RKK Mahavidyalaya, is now hosted over this technical session. Now, Mahavendra, please proceed your session. Please, Mahavendra.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all the participants. With due permission from the convener of this webinar, I am going to start our day 2 technical session. So before I start, I request all the paper presenters to please complete your presentation within 7 minutes because we have very limited times. So without any delay, I like to start this session by inviting our first paper presenter, Dr. C. Prakacham, Department of Civil Engineering, Chitrakoot University, Himachal Pradesh. P.S. Kanwar, Professor, CU, Himachal Pradesh. Saravanan R, Research Scholar, CU, Himachal Pradesh. And Monica Sharma, State Project Officer, Himachal Pradesh. Please present your paper.
Good morning, sir. Can you see my screen actually? Yes, can you see?
Let me check. Are you presenting with PPT?
Yes, PDF, sir.
I think the screen is not big.
It is loading. Can you see now, sir?
Okay, you may start.
Okay, can you see the presentation?
No, sir, your screen is not visible to me. I think there's some problem.
Okay, can you see now?
Sahabaz?
Yes.
Is the PPT visible?
Not really yet.
Now, sir?
Yes.
I am not getting the screen.
Okay.
Visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay, start.
Fine, ma'am. So, good morning to one and all. So, today I am going to present my paper titled Assessment of Environmental Changes Using LULC Analysis Environmental Flow. So, LULC analysis you can perform with various objectives. What is the objective with which you are going to perform the LULC analysis is what significantly different from one another. Here I'm going with the environmental flow maintenance as a key point. I'm going to perform the LULC analysis. So what I will be doing is I will be performing the LULC analysis and the NDVA analysis and see whether the land use is significantly wealthy and healthy with respect to the environmental flow. So just a minute, sir. Sorry, sir. Just give me a minute.
Okay, no problem.
So, okay. So the introduction. Sir, can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry for the delay. So I'll quickly give the introduction. So why it is important is for the environmental flow. Why it is important? It is given by the government as a mitigation measure. If you are going with the higher hydropower potential, which needs the large amount of water, which in turn needs the over exploitation of water. So there won't be any water for the agriculture and livelihood, which in turn affects the agriculture and the ecosystem. To overcome this, the Indian government has passed a law, that is a National Green Tribunal law, that 15% of the average in season flow should be maintained as the environmental flow. So this is basically environmental flow is basically the minimal flow that has to be maintained in the downstream side of the river so as to maintain the health of the ecosystem. So this is my study area. My study area is located in the Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh. I have chosen the Pandover Dam and the corresponding basin. So this is my study area map. So the materials and methods I have performed the land use land cover analysis and GIS analysis, and I have done the analysis for 2 periods, that is on the lean period and the healthy period. Lean period is during the November to February and the healthy period is from August to October. So why I am doing this analysis for doing this 2 periods is I must compare the healthy period and the lean period to come to a proper conclusion that this environmental change or impact is due to the environmental flow. There might be many other factors, but environmental flow is the key factor I'm considering. So, and also I have also performed the analysis for the year before the construction of the dam and after the construction of the dam, so as to understand what is the impact by the construction and construction and operation of the hydropower project. So the Kandra dam was started in 1976. So I have selected 1972 and 90, that is before the construction of the dam and after the construction of the dam. That is a recent year image. So I downloaded the Landsat image correspondingly. This is the NDVI formula. So what perform the NDVI analysis during the lean period before and after the construction of the dam. So as you can see, before the construction of the dam, like the blue color represents the richness in the greenness, and the red relates to the poorness in the richness of the vegetation. So which means, as you can see, the concentration of area, the area in the before the construction of the dam is more in the lean period itself as compared to the recent image, that is after the construction of the dam. So in terms of the October, in terms of the healthy period also, you can see there is a richness, and here you can see the red represents the poorness in the vegetation, and we can say that the vegetation is deteriorated to some extent in the basin corresponding to the Kandra dam. So in terms of the land use land cover map, the one significant change you can see is the agriculture area. The agriculture area has been decreased, and also the urban land also built up land has also increased. So you can see the percentage in the agriculture has decreased from 1976 to 2018. The built-up land has increased. The forest areas has decreased. The glacier has increased. Water body has also decreased. So this is in terms of the lean period. In terms of the high flow period, you can see the similar pattern. But the agriculture itself in the high flow period has decreased. You can see the agriculture is also present in the high flow period, but as compared to the 1926, the changes is quite significant, and the barren and built-up area, the forest land also decreased. So with the analysis done with the help of NDVI and LULC, I would like to pitch in a conclusion that before that, I will also say that these results may look average or standard results as per the other areas, but this area is located in near the Pinnal region, and also the water flows in the area throughout the area. In that case, then the result shouldn't be average; it should be above average. Like it should be above the nominal values. So in that case, this result itself is poor when compared to the steady area location. So what I would like to conclude is the environmental flow must be maintained in the region, and also in addition to that, the percentage of the minimal flow in the minimal flow law percentage should also be increased, so that we can decrease the impact in the steady area. So this is a DOST project, and these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Now, the next presenter is Dr. Sakshi Matwani, Department of Geography, Assistant Professor, Arihant College, Indore. Dr. Sakshi, please.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. I need one correction. Actually, I am Dr. Sakshi Matwani. I'm a faculty of commerce, sir.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll.
Yeah, no, it's okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
So I'm presenting my PPT. Is it visible for everyone?
Yes, visible.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Sakshi Matwani from Arihant College, Indore. First of all, I would like to say thanks to organizer team who gave me a chance to present my paper on this renowned platform. Now I'm presenting my paper, and the topic of my paper is the role of e-commerce industry in sustainable development in India and analytical analysis. In this slide, this image shows us that business can be done through electronic way. E-commerce, or we can say electronic commerce, is the activity of electronically using or selling of product on online services or over the over the internet. I think we all are familiar with the word e-business, which is the huge term. Many times, term e-commerce and e-business are used interchangeable, but actually both terms are different. E-commerce is a major part of e-business, but it is not an essential part of e-business. Now we are moving to the term sustainable development. Sustainable development means is to meet the needs of today without compromising the needs of tomorrow. This means we cannot continue using current level of resources as this will not leave enough for future generations. The aim of sustainable development is to balance our economic, environmental and social needs, allowing prosperity for now and future generations. On 25th of September 2015, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, along with a new set of development goals that are collectively called the Sustainable Development Goals. In Sustainable Development Goals are the complete list of 17 goals, in which Goal 9 is related to industry, innovation and infrastructure, and it is the base for e-commerce companies. In this slide, we can see the type of commerce which are very simply divided in a two part on the basis of nature of market relationship, and second on the basis of technology. Again, basis of market relationship are subdivided in a three part, that is business to business, business to consumer, consumer to consumer, and second part that is based on technology is also divided in a two parts, that is peer-to-peer technology and mobile communication, or we can say mobile commerce. Next slide is related to the objectives, and the first objective is to review earlier studies on the role of e-commerce industry in sustainable development India, and the next objective is to summarize the recent studies on the above subject. Now we are moving to our next slide. As I clearly mentioned in my topic that it is based on the review of preview literature, so to fulfill the object of my study, I divided these reviews into two sections. That is, review the prior literature on role of e-commerce in sustainable development India, and second is the review the prior literature on challenges faced by e-commerce industries with the reasons and the remedial steps for the same. Now I'm moving to the next slide, which showing the detailed point of the both sections. First part shows the review of the various authors which
Then please brief your presentation. Come to the findings, your major findings. Hello. Savas.
Yes, welcome.
I think Madam has left.
Yes. So we can move on or wait.
So ask her to join.
Okay.
I think she has left. So let us wait for her presentation. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presenter.
Manavendra,
Yes, ma'am.
please move on the Somnath Saha next participant. We had
Okay. Next participant is Onurupa Saha, ma'am.
Somnath is here.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, madam, please continue.
Please start.
Please start.
Okay. I share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, visible. You continue.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, to this international webinar of sustainable development. Myself, Onurupa Saha. The topic of my presentation is sustainable development goals, challenges and opportunities during COVID-19. We all know that sustainable development goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future to all. They addresses the global challenges we face, including those related to poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. The 17 goals are interconnected, and in order to leave no one behind. And it brings together the 5 pillars. From goal number 1 to 6 related to people, from goal number 12 to 15 are related to planet, from goal number 17 to 11 these are related to prosperity, and from goal number 16 is related to peace, and goal number 17 is related to partnership. Although these goals initially had a deadline of 2030, but there is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic will upend not only the timeline but also the processes involved in reaching this target. India ranked 117 with a score of 61.9 out of 100. However, it can be discounted that COVID-19 pandemic has affected directly or indirectly almost all the sustainable development goals. Began as a health crisis, now it turned into an economic crisis as well as humanitarian crisis across many countries. Impact on progress of SDGs. India faces major challenges, and not only India but all over the world. It faces the same problem that is related to zero hunger, good health, gender inequality, among others. And there are significant challenges in low poverty, that is in SDG 1, and inevitably the pandemic severely affects also SDG 1 and 2 also. And 1 and 2, and 2 is related to zero hunger. And goal number 3, that is related to good health and well-being. The then the pandemic will leave the SDGs 8 and 9, that is related to decent work and economic growth and industry, innovation and infrastructure. And if inflation has collapsed around the world and global economy meets its deepest recession since the Great Depression. So crucially, in many parts of the world, the pandemic and its effects are exacerbated by the weak economic growth and absence of decent work that is related to SDG 8 and SDG 10 also. The World Bank estimates that the crisis will push some nearly 11 million people into the poverty. Country-wise, reduced economic activity also led to the nature's relief, emphasizing on the betterment of SDGs goal number 12, 13, 14, 15 that are related to climatic action, life below water and life on land. 3 ways that coronavirus is shaping the sustainable development goal. First of all, resilience is essential because the lack of planning and preparation for the outbreak has directly demonstrated the importance of resilience, the ability for human system to anticipate, cope and adapt. And resilience is also crucial to how the world responds to climate change, whether further temperature increase are now nearly concerned. And stimulus must be sustainable because government around the world are now trying to implement the economic stimulus and support package to keep individuals, business and economics afloat. While supporting their urgent implementation, we must ensure that these measures pave the way to a more sustainable economy and do not lock us further into a high carbon future. So, and periods of high unemployment and low interest rates are the right time for new low carbon investment and infrastructure, including the kind required to support the support to clean energy. And inequality is magnified because the COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented global shock that magnifies the impact of inequality, hitting the poor. In developing countries, frontline workers in the service economy are the most exposed to the virus and least able to absorb the financial impact. So all these things are closely interconnected to climate, sustainable resource development and fair economy. In addition, their scale and complexity demand that we continue to act together to achieve sustainable development goals. And this shows how SDG as a roadmap to recovery from COVID-19. The SDGs are not only useful to understand the COVID-19, but they are also a valuable tool to guide the national and international recovery effort. In the SDGs, we have a comprehensive framework to address these next factors historically to build resilience to current and post COVID-19 recovery is also an important opportunity to practice sustainable consumption and production, which can they take in form of local production and distribution system, incentive given to the local entrepreneurship and building resilient local economics, shortening of the supply chains and green urban transport and lifestyle choices that reflect community resilience. SDG has a vision for post-COVID world. The SDG is painting the picture that our world will be free from poverty by 2030 and there is a universal access to healthcare, education, water and sanitation. It is a resilient world that which would be in a much stronger position like COVID-19. And had the international community invested more in SDGs earlier, we may have been a better position to manage our current crisis. So the vision of 2030 outlined in SDG may seem unreachable, but the political will and the amount of stimulus being mobilized help to combat COVID-19 demonstrated. And the SDG must be pursued when some disincentive, solidarity, urgency and commitment we are seeing in the fight against COVID-19. And only then can be a vision for a world free from poverty can be realized. Sadly, this pandemic hit at a time when the SDGs were gaining traction and a significant number of countries were making good progress. So as the world is faced with containing the spread of the virus and addressing its economic impact, the reality is that countries are resetting their priorities and reallocating resources to deal with the pandemic. Although the COVID-19 disaster will delay the timeline, but SDG have to stand the test of time to see how global partnership in the future can make the Agenda 2030 successful. Sadly, it appears that there is no fast remedy in this rapidly changing situation, but we can be pragmatic and make a significant contribution by thinking and planning. And the COVID-19 crisis has brought to the fore of the need of the resilience both at the systematic level and as well as the individual level. That's why we must support the call by the United Nations to scale up the immediate health response to suppress the transmission of the virus, ends of the pandemic and focus on people, particularly women, youth, low-wage workers, small and medium enterprises, the informal worker and vulnerable group already at risk. Working together can save their lives, restore livelihoods and brings the global economy back to track. Though we know that recovery is a complex and non-linear process and the pandemic has exposed fundamental weakness in our global system. So now the sustainable development goals are vital for the recovery that leads to greener, more inclusive economics and stronger, more resilience. So in the meantime, I sincerely hope that you are safe in this challenging and uncertain time. Together we can navigate the crisis and build a better, more sustainable world. So thank you everyone for hearing.
Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation. The next participant is Mr. Somnath Saha, research scholar, MS University, Baroda, Gujarat.
Yes, I
please,
am present. Yes, sir. So it's already presenting. So how I disconnect?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here, showing my slides, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everyone. I am Somnath Saha. I am from West Bengal, but I am doing research from Gujarat. So this is my PhD topic. My PhD is in physical geography of hydrochemistry. So this topic, today's topic, is a part of my PhD. This topic mainly focuses the water quality. That means application of factor analysis for assessment of subsurface water quality in Surat, Bharuch industrial region in South Gujarat. Because subsurface water is divided into two parts, surface water and subsurface water. You can say groundwater. So groundwater is a very important and prime resources in our recent scenario. And here the factor analysis is a statistical technique and statistical method that I adopt. So further, what is the importance of subsurface water quality? Either you can say groundwater quality, groundwater. So what is the groundwater? The groundwater is important because there are varieties of use, just like throughout the world, just like using irrigation, industries, municipalities and rural homes, many various types of use and continues to increase. But question is that in last decades, the subsurface water and the groundwater are depleted, they are contaminating via different type of sources, just like seawater intrusion, agricultural activities, industrial wastages, and gradually deteriorates the quality of water. So also water. So we have to conserve the water. That is why, and my focus is the quality of water. So quality of water also affected by different type of sources like solid and liquid waste that comes from the industries, chemical industries, petrochemical industries. But these chemical industries and petrochemical industries and fertilizers industries also present in my study area. That is why I am selecting this topic. So here are some histories like why subsurface water is important, because this subsurface water also can extract the geological information and rock information. And this rock information and geological history can detect the water, the scenario in the level of ground. So different type of activities also there. Okay. So now my study area. Where is my study area? So study area is a part of the South. Adjoin the eastern flank of the Gulf of Khambat, Gulf of Cambria. Please mute the sound.
Savas.
Okay, so my the region covers, my study area covers a 4,200 square kilometer, and my study area covered mainly two districts. Number one is the Bharuch district. Number two is the Surat district. Both districts are the industrial hub. Both district industrial hub, and these regions have subtropical temperature, and these regions have two major rivers like Tapi River and Narmada River, the part of the Ganga River. Okay, so my what are the methodology and materials I have done? So I have collected 162 subsurface water quality samples, like just like a tube wells, well, bore at different depths in the study area in monsoon season 2016. So I adopted some guidelines from the ICMM, Integrated Coastal and Marine Area Management, and also I'm enhanced the chemical data, just like a physical parameters of water, like just a pH, TDS, temperature, and were measured with my lab. And also chemical analysis, because chemical chemistries, because the topic is hydrochemistry. That is why I'm extract some chemical components like lithium, potassium, calcium, sodium, and fluoride and iron also. So cadmium, copper. So different instruments also I used. So now focusing on statistical analysis. Statistical analysis was done by the SPSS software Statistics 9 version. So what is the factor analysis? Factor analysis is nothing. Factor analysis is a pre-part of the correlation. So correlation is a basic important factor. So without correlation, we cannot detect the interrelationship between the variables. So first I have done the correlation between the all variables. So after that, again, the eigenvalues and covariant matrix, and also some methods, cumulative eigenvalues also. So this is a brief. This is a more details, but this is a brief time, so I cannot explain it properly. So I have the criteria of the Kaiser method also. You know that Kaiser criteria and factor loadings, the different type of methods are there. So I'm going to the final conclusion, my result. So principal component factor analysis PC also performed because this data is a more data, huge data, 162 data, but traditional methods cannot detect. So that is why factor analysis can detect the actual in relationship. So here I'm seeing that the 4 factors, like factor 1, factor 2, factor 3, and factor 4. So factor 1 having the 33% of variance, and factor 2 is the 14% variance. So table is here. So the first factor is retain 32.7, and another is 12 and 11 and 11 again 11. Okay. After that, use the variance rotation matrix, because variance rotation matrix used for the proper presentation of data. So here I am getting the 4 factors: factor 1, factor 2, factor 3, and factor 4. So these are my parameter, like electrical conductivity, temperature, pH, sodium, calcium, potassium, lithium, nitrate, copper, and iron. Both are the cations and anions also there. So my first factor getting the EC and calcium, lithium. That means my study area has higher concentration of EC, calcium, and lithium. That means these are the industrial region, and all industrial regions and effluents of sewage getting the polluted the water, and I'm finding the lithium, calcium, and EC concentration. And also second factor 2 also pH, and factor 3 also iron. So this type of result I am getting. So after that I'm going to the factor analysis continuous result. Factor 1, so I already discussed. So now question is that why? Yes.
Please brief your presentation. Come to the major findings. Somnath.
Okay.
Because our
the finding is that the factor analysis. Okay, I understand. Take me 1-2 minutes only. So factor analysis I have done, and also EC, calcium, lithium in factor 1. So this type of constituents also the reason why this constituents present in particular region, because it might be the seawater intrusion, it might be dissolved also. So this type of geological and anthropogenic activity also help. So these are also the second even the factor 2 also pH, and or pH might be the sources of anthropogenic activity and CO2 intrusion, and iron concentration of subsurface water for the rock forming and sediment were most common sources of iron. And lastly, the concentration of physiochemical parameters in current situation might be the dissolution, ion exchange, and anthropogenic activity were involved. So finish because the brief presentation of my paper. Thank you for everyone. Okay.
Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you. I want to talk some word about Somnath. Can you allow me, Mahavendra, for 1 minute?
Okay. Please.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We feel very proud of Somnath Saha because Somnath is our departmental ex-student. He completed his graduate degree for the Department of Geography, Kandra, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya under the University of Bardhaman. He worked very nicely for factor analysis of water sampling. God bless him. Thank you, Somnath.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now I invite Dr. Okay. Now our next presenter is Dr. Shatabdi Bishwas, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Mrinalini Dotto, Mahavidyalaya, Kolkata. Dr. Shatabdi Bishwas, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. How can I present my PPT?
Please share your screen, ma'am.
I have the option. I cannot find the option. Can you please share my PPT? I already sent to you.
Okay. I am asking Savas.
Yes. Yes, I'm
Please.
sharing. I'm sharing.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Can I start?
Yes, ma'am, start, please.
Okay. Today I am presenting a paper on assessment of water-related problem and adoption of rooftop rainwater harvesting by rural households. Next, please. As we know that water security is the key issue for rural households, those who are suffering from contamination, as my earlier presenter also established this contamination. And I am just pinpoint the iron and arsenic contamination, because it is, as we know that arsenic is very much contaminated element which hazardous for our health, even it cause death also. And around the world, we see the next slide, please. Around the world, we see that more than 144 million people are suffering from arsenic contamination. And one hand, next, please, next slide. Yes. More than 144 million people around the world are suffering from arsenic contamination. And arsenic is, as I told, that arsenic is very much hazardous for us, and it is also directly and indirectly enter the ecosystem. So one hand, continuous increase of water demand, the decline of water, groundwater is continuing. Another issue is in the rainy season, we have lot of rain, and it is very much potential rain also, and with our ignorance we just misuse this rain, and this rainwater is not contaminated by iron and arsenic. So the objective of my study is to find out, next slide please. Next slide please. And next please. Yes. The objective of my study is to establish a relationship between rooftop rainwater harvesting with socio-economic status and to combat the water stress. For that, I go through for the primary and secondary data, and I just want to see that rural households are willing to adopt rooftop rainwater harvesting or not. That's why I adopt the logistic regression, as the response is binary. So I choose the binary logistic regression, and to find out the association among the socioeconomic parameters, I use a binary contingency table with chi-square. My study area, next please, next slide please. My study area is Amdanga. Amdanga is under North 24 Parganas, and it is a rural area, and it is over the unconsolidated alluvium layer of Pleistocene age, and which is very much enriched of iron and arsenic. And here most of the rural people are solely dependent on shallow tube well, and in the year of 2013, Central Groundwater Board already recommended this block for artificial recharge, and they categorize this block as a gray block. And one thing is here, I should mention that the arsenic layer is very near, that is 20 to 50 meter from the surface. The next slide. If we look at the next slide, please. If we look at the water table sample, we see that the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon arsenic concentration is much more higher than the standard level, and it is averagely 7.66%. If we look at the water level fluctuation between pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, again it is lowering, and that is on an average 2.3 meter. Next slide. If we look at, that's why we just select 8 parameters, and by the binary consistency table we see that among these 8 parameters there are 4 association is statistically significant at 5% level of confidence, and another blue marked association is statistically significant at 1% level. Here p value is the chi-square value. Slide please. Now we see whether rural people are adopting or willing to work rooftop rainwater harvesting or not. It is our Y, and the rest are our X variables. And among these 7 variables, we see 5 are positively related with the willingness to adopt harvesting, and all are at least 7% level of confidence they are satisfied. And the total model is explained 84.4% the correct percentage. And here we see the arsenogenesis and the previous experience of harvesting rainwater, exception of root and by another tank for rainwater harvesting, or positively related with willingness. It implies that if each of these variables the willingness of the household towards the adoption of rainwater harvesting. One variable which is significant but related with the negative value, the beta value is shown in the variable total dependent member. In that case, willing rainwater harvesting is negatively associated with this variable, as the dependent member of the household is more. Here, the poverty level is not associated with the willingness, because willingness to adopt rainwater harvesting, it depends on mainly awareness and the education and the confidence. So here doesn't any question about the rich or the poor. And next slide please. For the conclusion part, I should say that those people are willing to adopt rooftop rainwater harvesting, they are conditional willingness, because they are expecting some kind of incentive cash kind from the government to installation the project. And another thing, if we religiously adopt rooftop rainwater harvesting in these rural areas, we can save 60% of water consumption. The water, we can save our money, power consumption, bypassing water related disease and arsenicosis disease also. So government should initiate look at this matter to increase mass awareness, continuous training for proper rooftop rainwater harvesting, and give some intensive so that they can adopt it. And in this way, it can help. It would be help for the rural people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for now I request Dr. Shakrupa Pal, Department of Political Science, and Professor Ashutosh College, Kolkata, to present her paper.
Yes, the sustainability focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. The concept of sustainability is composed 3 pillars: economic, environmental, and social, also known as profit, planets, and people. Now I want to discuss how sustainability works. Sustainability encourages business to frame decisions in terms of environmental, social, and human impact for long term, rather than on short term gains such as next quarter's earnings report. It influences them to consider more factors than simply the immediate profit or loss involved. Increasingly, companies have issued sustainable goals, suitable goals, such as the commitment to zero waste, packaging by a certain year, or to reduce reduce the emission by a certain percentage. The companies can achieve their sustainable needs by cutting emissions, leaving their energy usage, and sourcing products from fair trade organization, and their physical waste is disposed of properly or with as small of a carbon footprint or carbon footprint as possible. Now I want to discuss what is sustainable development. Sustainable development is the foundation for today's leading global framework for international cooperation, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. We can say in short, each of these 17 SDGs has specific targets to be achieved by 2030. The goals and targets are universal, meaning they apply to all countries around the world, not just poor countries. Reaching the goals required action all fronts, governments, business, civil society, and people everywhere all have role to play. Global sustainability. Sustainability is increasingly viewed or a desired goal of development and environmental management. This term has been used in numerous discrepancy and in a variety of contexts, and ranging from the concept of maximum sustainable yield in fostering and fisheries management, forestry and fisheries management, to the vision of a sustainable society with a steady state economy. The meaning of the term is strongly dependent on the context in which it is applied and on whether its use is based on a social, economic, and ecological perspective. Sustainability may be defined broadly as a narrowly, but a useful definition must specify explicitly the context as well as the temporal and the spatial scale being considered. Now I want to discuss the multiple dimension of the sustainable development. The problem with referring sustainable development is that, like so many words in the development lexicon, its very strength in its vagueness. Sustainable development means different things to different people, and the multiple dimension of the sustainable development are the economic dimension, the political dimension, and the epistemological dimension. First, I want to discuss the economic dimension. As we saw in the discussion of the environmental accounting, much of the economic argument has been conducted at the level of present and the future anticipated demand, assessing the cost in foregone economic growth, and the closer attention to the environmental factors. And next, the political dimension. The political dimension of the sustainability comprises two separate but related elements that wait to be attached to human agency and the social structure respectively. It determines the political process through which the environment is managed and the relationship between knowledge and power in popular resistant and dominant world views of the environment and resources. The epistemological dimension. Sustainable development is usually discussed without reference to epistemological issues and those concerned with ways of acquiring knowledge and their integration into conceptual system. It is assumed that our system of acquiring knowledge in the and not through the applications of scientific principle is a universal epistemology. To conclude, it can be said that sustainability and the sustainable development both are the very important for maintaining a human society. So it can be said that the 7 SDGs, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, each are very much important for future, for maintaining and sustaining a socio-economic and political just society in near future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your kind presentation. I request all the presenters to please complete your presentation within the limited time, because we have very shortage of time and we are already lagging behind the schedule. So I request all the presenters to please complete in time. Okay, now I invite our next presenter, Dr. Pintu Shi, Assistant Professor, Tarakeshwar Degree College, Hubli. Dr. Please unmute. Please unmute your microphone. Dr. Shi, please unmute your microphone. You are not audible. Sahabas?
Yes, Mahaba.
Sahabas?
Yes.
Is it audible?
No, his microphone is off.
So, can you unmute him?
Please. Hello, sir. Hello.
Dr. Shi, please continue.
Sir. Just a minute. I am just opening in PPT. Hello. Hello.
Your PPT is visible.
Yes, you are audible and visible too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Respected resource persons, respected Principal Kandra RKK Mahavidyalaya, respected Convener Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu, my dear fellow participants, I am Dr. Pintu C. I am going to present a paper on status of water supply and sanitation facility, a study on Tarpashar town in Kundu district of West Bengal. Water supply and sanitation are two of the most important sectors in development. Access to water supply and sanitation are basic human needs and rights. And my study area is Tarpeshwar, which is a very famous for its religious background. This is the study area, and this is the map of study area, and this is the Tarpeshwar town. The hash area is Tarpeshwar town, and the main objectives of my study is to assess the status of water supply in Tarpeshwar town and to examine the facility of sanitation in the study area. Database is mainly primary data has been collected about water supply and sanitation through household survey, and secondary data has been collected from municipal office about the water supply and sanitation. Methodology, primary data has been collected from 600 households from different wards of the study area. 40 households from each of the 15 wards were selected using systematic random sampling method, and the data was tabulated properly.
Hello. Hello.
মানবেন্দ্র ও তো পরিচালনা করছে কনভেনার লোকটা কেটে যাচ্ছে সেটা বলছি নাকি
Hello, Sahabas.
Yes, Mahaba. I guess we lost Dr. Chi.
Oh, okay. So, I think we have to go to the next participant. Our next presenter is Dr. Malavika Bishas and Dr. Ista Mondol. Dr. Bishas. Dr. Malavika Bishas.
Dignitary. First, I pray to God to bring back our diet and stain-free planet again by getting rid of COVID-19 and keep us healthy. I am very much proud by imparting this glorious international seminar. For this, I must be thankful to our Honorable Principal Sir, Convener Manjuri, Manovendra, and all of our faculty members. Now, I am presenting my paper entitled Sustainable Adaptation to Human Organism through Practicing of Yoga in COVID-19 Pandemic Situation. While research for the vaccine is still going on, a debate about Indians being able to fight the disease better or not. Healing and alternative therapies will have a huge role to play in resolving this global pandemic situation. The world is full of many unknown viruses that we are still unaware about. Therefore, rather than waiting for the cure or for it, we must fortify ourselves by improving immunity. With escalating coronavirus pandemic, people are restricted to their homes and getting lazy. At this time, it has become very important for everyone to boost their immunity and fight the battle against COVID-19. While eating healthy is one way to stay fit, people often lack stamina even when they consume a good diet. Under this imminent situation, we have to strengthen our immunity by improving the structural and functional adaptation of the system of our body, which are mostly affected by the COVID-19. Apart from the nutritive food and sanitary measures to prevent the spread of this virus, we need to practice regular physical activity to boost our system and immunity. Among different physical exercise, yoga has been used for centuries in keeping the body functioning fit and fine. Holistically, not just limited to stress relief and mental wellness, it can prevent corona. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, during the 6th International Yoga Day 2020, said yoga was more important at a time when the world was facing an unprecedented crisis in terms of coronavirus. The United Nations offers yoga resources to its personnel and others on the coronavirus portal section on wellness. The World Health Organization mentioned yoga as a means to improve health in its Global Action Plan on Physical Activity 2018 to 2030. More active people for a healthier world. UNICEF says kids can practice many yoga poses without any risk in the outdoor. These benefits include increased flexibility and fitness, mindfulness and relaxation. Delhi's first coronavirus survivor says pranayama was very effective for him while being treated for COVID-19. Among the 8 limbs of yoga, asana, pranayama and meditation are most effective to prevent the coronavirus. Asana allow to stimulate organs and pace up their function. Pranayama involves regulated breathing exercise, which require a person to hold his breath by maintaining isometric contraction of respiratory muscle, therefore increasing respiratory endurance, which help to prevent corona attack. Research proven that meditation can significantly improve vital capacity, tidal volume, breath holding capacity, and expiratory pressure, which can improve the functional capacity of respiratory system that can directly diminish the corona affection. The proper practice of this yoga style allow us to rediscover our physical, psychological, and spiritual potential. Our body becomes stronger, much lighter, and more flexible. So, dear delegates, within limited time span, I tried to give you some valuable information that how yoga can prevent coronavirus attack and how also highly beneficial those are unfortunately affected by corona. Thank you to all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Malavika, for your presentation. Now I invite Dr. Ashutosh Goswami, Department of Geography and Environmental Management, Vidyasagar University, to present his paper. Mr. Ashutosh Goswami.
কাগজগুলো রাখতে হবে তো। কেন?
Is there any problem, Mr. Ashutosh?
Mr. Goswami, please go to your presentation. We can see it then. Just go to your PowerPoint presentation. We can see it. Yes, click on it. Yes, it is visible now. You can go on.
Mr. Goswami, please start your presentation.
We can see your presentation on our screen.
Please unmute yourself and start your presentation, Mr. Goswami. Mr. Goswami, Sahabas.
Yes, Mahavidyalaya.
Can you share this PPT?
I don't have this PPT.
Oh, okay.
Sir, please unmute yourself first. Go to that speaker sign. Yes, go to that speaker sign. Yes. That red button on your screen. Yes, yes. Just go to your screen. Just go to your screen, sir, first. Then tap that button.
Mr. Goswami, unmute yourself. First, unmute yourself.
Yes, that button. Then go to your presentation. Just go to your presentation. Yes, we can see it. You can start now.
Start now.
Okay,
start.
sir. Okay. This is my topic about to say an examination of meteorological drought and aridity index in the Purulia district of West Bengal. So my study area is the Purulia district of West Bengal, which is the westernmost district in the state of West Bengal, where rainfall is considered as a limiting factor for the successful growth of agriculture. But if we look into the total amount of rainfall of the study area, it is 1100 to 1500 millimeter, which is comparable with the other districts of the North and South Bengal. Actually, the water moves the surface runoff, taking the opportunity of the undulating terrain of the area. So the biggest challenge of the area is to store the water and to supply the water for the standing crops. These are the stations from where the rainfall data have been collected. These are the 7 stations. So my objective of the study is very clear: to identify the meteorological drought situation of the study area, to identify the aridity index of the study area, and to identify the relationship between these two extreme events, materials and methods. And if we look at the climatic condition of the area, it will generally satisfy the following points. First of all, very low rainfall, drought proneness, extremity of weather and climate, and unfavorable climate for agriculture. This is the topographical map of the area. And now I come to the undulating nature of the terrain, which do not support the stagnation of the water. The water actually moves as surface runoff, as it is visible from my screen that the topography is actually undulating, and this is the representation of the total area, you must say. Now I come to the rainfall trend of Purulia from 1908 to 2009. This 102 years data actually represent, I am going to the table. In the case of total monsoon, there is marginal increase of rainfall. In the case of first half of monsoon, there is moderate increase. In the second half of monsoon, there is moderate increase, and the mid-monsoon, marginal decrease of rainfall is noticed. And there is also month-wise analysis. Rainfall anomaly of Purulia. Positive deviation of rainfall anomaly is inversely proportional to the successful growth of agriculture. In the month of June, there is no change of rainfall anomaly. In the month of July, there is declining trend of rainfall anomaly. In the month of August, there is also a declining trend. In the month of September, there is the rising trend of rainfall anomaly. Trend of monsoon rainfall, there are the stations which actually show the trend of rainfall in the different stations. The upward arrow actually indicates the rising trend, and the downward arrow indicates the declining trend. These are the 4 monsoon months: June, July, August, and September. Now the coefficient of variability of rainfall, the 2 stations, as you can see, the 2 stations, Para and Borobajar, are showing higher coefficient of variability of rainfall, which means that rainfall of these 2 stations are not much reliable, which actually support the length of growing season of the area. The Para station, which was characterized by higher variability of rainfall, is actually supporting lower length of growing season. So the length of growing season of the Para station is found to be very less. Now the weekly assured rainfall, most of the stations, 5 stations, are actually showing that the weekly assured rainfall are actually ranging between 75 to 90%. So rainfall is not a big problem for the study area.
Now, the meteorological drought. A meteorologist defines a meteorological drought as a situation when there is 25% decrease of precipitation from the normal amount. On the basis of this criteria, this diagrammatic representation is there. This diagram actually shows the frequency map of meteorological drought. In the case of month June, the district faces 28 meteorological drought. In the month of July, the number is 20. In the month of August, the number is 21. And in the month of September, the number is 21 also. So the month June is vulnerable for the proper agricultural planning. Now the spatial extent in the western portion of the district, Jhalda, Para and Borobajar, these three stations are showing highest number of meteorological drought. Now, if we look at the trend of meteorological drought, the 4 months, June, July, August and September, the 2 months, June and July, are showing rising trend of meteorological drought. So these two stations are not favorable in terms of the occurrence, in terms of the agricultural planning. Now the meteorological drought is identified on the basis of SPI. The dots below the mean line shows the drought year, and the dots above the mean line shows the non-drought years. So the non-drought years are found to be higher than the drought years. If we look at the table, Purulia district, though it is known as the drought prone area, it never occupies the position of rank 1 in terms of meteorological drought. In the month of June and July, Malda occupies the position of rank 1. And in the month of August and September, Paschim Bardhaman occupies the position of rank 1. Purulia never occupies the position of rank 1 in terms of meteorological drought. Now, the relation between SPI and aridity. This is the focal theme of my presentation. The relation is found to be significant in some months like January, June, July, November, and December. The significant are actually presented at 5% and 1% level. The monsoon rainfall has shifted from 1901 to 2009. And now the August rainfall has very much declined in the recent decades. Also, water scarcity. There are some field photographs which actually indicates the undulating nature of the terrain. This is the rills and gullies which do not support the percolation of the water. Water moves as surface runoff, taking the opportunity of the undulating terrain. This is the rocky soil surface which also promote the surface runoff. If we look at the water conservation of the area, Dr. Mishra has suggested 3 steps: plot-to-plot runoff control, plot-to-plot water conservation, creation of small reservoir and check dams. If we look at the topography of the area, the upper portion, the pediment should be used for forest and grass. Buried pediment shallow should be used for forest and bamboo. Buried pediment moderate should be used for agriculture and horticulture. Valley field portion should be used for agriculture. For the proper agricultural planning of the area, the crop calendar must be modified. The present climatic condition and the geoclimatic condition of the area, though not suitable for the cultivation of long duration variety of rice, but it is very much suitable for the cultivation of some non-traditional cash crops and horticultural products, because the physiography, the average annual rainfall more than 1100 millimeter, and the temperature during post-monsoon, the high diurnal range of temperature during October and November supports the bold development of cotton. So these conditions are favorable for the growth of some non-traditional cash crops. I am thankful to my supervisor, and this is the references. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Mr. Sanjay Mondol, Department of Geography, Research Scholar, Department of Geography, Vishwabharati. Mr. Sanjay Mondol, please present your paper.
Hello, hear me?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen is not visible.
Yes, I'm present.
Please share your screen.
Please share your screen. Please, please.
Is there any problem? Sanjay da? Hello? No, the screen is not visible. Your voice is not clear.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Please share your screen, Sanjay da.
Yes, I am sharing screen. Showing
The screen is not visible. Sahabaz. Sahabaz. Sahabaz.
Yes, Manada.
Do you have the PPT of Sanjay Mondal?
No.
Oh, okay. I think Sanjay Mondal has left.
Yes, he has left.
Sanjay da. Yes. Share screen. Now it is visible. Go to the PPT. Yes, it's visible. Please unmute yourself, Sanjay da. Unmute yourself and start.
Sanjay Mondal, please unmute yourself.
Mr. Mondal, can you hear me? Just go to your Meet tab, Google Meet tab. Unmute yourself first, then come to the PPT. Mr. Mondal? Martha, I guess he has left.
No, he has not left, but his microphone is muted. Sanjay da, please unmute your microphone. Okay. So we are going to the next participant because time is very short. The next paper presenter is Sushmita Banerjee, Department of Geography, Ashutosh College, Calcutta University.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please start.
Okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. Is it visible, sir? Yes,
it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Sushmita Banerjee, student of Ashutosh College. Today my presentation is about the health status of rural women in South 24 Parganas, West Bengal. Let me focus on the introductory part. So now, as we know that South 24 Parganas is a district of West Bengal, which is exactly located in the southernmost part of West Bengal and also very close to the Sundarban Delta. And the several parts or several blocks every year affected by the natural calamities like cyclone or flood. So I can consider that in the areas or in the blocks like Kulpi, Kulpi, Goshaba, Bashanti, Namkhana, Shagor, these are such blocks which are getting affected day by day due to this natural calamities. So there has definitely a barrier of growth or sustainable development in the terms of health if I consider. So the introductory part about the women health condition, as my topic is about that. So women's health in rural areas of South 24 Parganas is in a vulnerable condition. Now, why is in a vulnerable condition? Because if I consider a rural area as a unit, then these areas are suffering from the infrastructural facilities and lack of hospitals and also primary block health centers, which is affecting the growth or inclusive growth of women health status. Now, why women health is considered as a part of matter more than anything? Because if I consider that woman is the key indicator of the nature and natural development. Now, if the women health is getting affected, as women in rural areas not aware of their health status, neither they are educated enough to lead or to uphold their problems in front of the society, neither in front of the families. They are not, in the terms of gynecological or biological problems, they are not even aware of it. So if I just go to the main objective of my study, then the main objective of my study is to bring out the distribution of major diseases and mortality status and to show the maternal health, which is very important factor of women health condition, because I will come to the point. And to lastly, to analyze the regional imbalances. The methodology has been based on the several governmental data from the Census of India, from Human Development Reports. So this is my study area, which I have mentioned over here. And now come to the main discussion. Okay. So the in main discussion, the first thing is the fertility and nutritional status. Now, fertility and nutritional status, these are quite not directly related, but if I consider nutritional status, then from this study, it is revealed that 45% pregnant women's body mass index is below normal, and among 65.66% married and 62.5% pregnant women are suffering from anemia, which means neither nor the babies are getting the enough nutritional status or nutritional balance. They are all going lack of the immunity power, which is by consequences arising the mortality status for the child and for the mother constantly. Now, if I come to the fertility status, the fertility means we all know that a woman's fertile age is up to 16 or 18 to 49 is the highest amount of fertility age. And in rural areas of South 24 Parganas, 15 to 35 aged rural women are vastly married, and distribution of marriage is like higher rate of early age of marriage. So this higher age or early age marriage leads to the high fertility growth. But now the problem arises when the lower age group women are not getting enough kind of foods, nutrition during the time of their pregnancy. During the time of their pregnancy, most of the majority of the women are associated with cultivation or agricultural sectors, which is giving their health a negative impact for the growth of the child as well. If I come to the diseases, then the non-communicable diseases, among all the diseases, I can consider that the anemia is the highest, most and distributed disease among the women, and which is a common fact we all know, because women are going through several physical changes throughout their life. So anemia is a symbol of women deterioration of health. Now the second is the ovarian cancer and breast cancer. Now the fact is very much clear that from the study it has been revealed that from the day-to-day changes, rural women are not aware of their health status. They are feel shame if they have breast cancer or ovarian cancer. They are not ready to discuss it. Neither they are aware of. I think there is a proper need of health education important over these regions or these blocks so that they can get informed about the fact. If I have non-communicable diseases, if I come to the communicable diseases, HIV, AIDS, where in 4% women in Canning and 3.8% women in Vishnupur and 4.5% women in Bashanti are affected or suffering by the virus of which we call human immunodeficiency virus or HIV. Now the maternal status, as I have mentioned, the maternal status is important for a woman and for her child. In South 24 Parganas, from the figure 2, we can consider that in Mograhat and Mograhat, Diamond Harbour and Barilpur, Sonarpur, these are such blocks which are still in a sustainable condition. But for the other blocks, there has very much, mostly in Shagor. If you look at the Shagor block, then Shagor is suffering from maternal deteriorating status, as the pregnant women are not attending the postnatal checkups. That the total respect to the total registered cases, majority of the antenatal care units. That means women are more associated with the antenatal cares rather than the postnatal care. That means they are more associated with their child rather than themselves, rather than their health status. So that is a concern which gives negative impact to the women health. Now, if I come to the figure number 3, which is describing the pregnancy mortality status of pregnant women in Bashanti and Canning, I can see, we all can see actually that in Bashanti and Canning, women are dying majoritarily during the time of delivery. 47.02% pregnant women have lost their lives while delivering a child, whereas 24.82 women died during their pregnancy period. Also, if I go to the susceptibility value of the maternal death, then Bashanti has the highest susceptibility, which is 20%, then Canning 17.02%, and Barilpur 9.7%, along with Vishnupur 8.8%. Now comes to the point of regional imbalance of women health. This study reveals that on the basis of the total score value of health status and the women population, where the zones, which are the zones or which are the blocks, rural blocks, have deficits and surplus of health facilities. So the study reveals that almost 30 blocks have surplus, whereas 16 blocks, CD blocks, have major deficiency of health status, which gives negative impact and also rises the susceptibility and vulnerability on women health. Not only women health, if I consider health status or total score value of health, then not only women but also the overall population is getting affected day by day by the process of this rate of deficiency. This is a correlation value which we can see the regressional values defining that it's a negative relation between the total score of health and the female population, though the value is minus 0.043, which depicts that this is a negative relation, which suggests that the increase in population has a very much negative impact on the total score of health. Now we comes to the major findings. I have already discussed about the major findings while I was discussing the main fact that Bashanti, Canning, these are the blocks along with Shagor and Goshaba Falta. These are highly susceptible and vulnerable zone for women health. Even during the time of pregnancy, the remote rural areas are deliberately getting affected because the women, either they are giving birth to the process of their or the journey of their hospital, they are not even reaching the hospitals before they reach the hospitals without any facilities or communication. They're losing their lives. Even still birth rate is very much high over that region. I think in Vishnupur and Mograhat, the still birth rate is the highest amount. And the other thing which I would like to describe is the suggestive measure for the improvement of access to referral healthcare. The state government already has taken a lot of initiatives. In 2011, on first Nishtayan scheme under Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakaram, they have invented this, or they have started this program to eradicate the women negative status of health, and also to give the rural women or the rural poor persons or poor women and poor family to give some penny so that they can spend their maternal time with a bit amount of nutritional status with high immunity and consumption of foods. So this is the conclusion, which can be said that this area, the rural areas of South 24 Parganas, needs a betterment, and also it needs a growth for the healthcare facilities, and the regional imbalance has to be eradicated, and there should be a distribution of equality among all the regions. And this is my reference. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Mr. Somraj Mollik, Research Scholar, and Dr. Indira Haldar, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Ashutosh College, Calcutta University.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen.
Is it visible to everyone? Now is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, but it is very small. The screen is very small. Make it full screen.
Mr. Mohit, can I present on behalf of you?
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop your presentation. Stop presenting your screen. I am presenting from here.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Sahabas, make it full screen.
Sir, can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So this is Somraj Mollik from PG Geography, Ashutosh College from University of Calcutta. First of all, we like to thank all the respected teachers and the research scholars for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this webinar. And before we start, there is my case study which is based on Malda's mango industry and its marketing and storage facilities, and what are the problems faced by Malda mango industry nowadays. I generally based on few blocks of Malda district. Before we study the case study, we need to know some basic knowledge about mango. Mango is which scientific name is Mango indica, which is the national fruit of India. Not only famous in India but also overall the world. It is also called as the king of fruits because it is the most choicest and popular fruit crop of tropical and subtropical regions. It's contributing 40.48% of the total mango production in India, and overall to 1,200 varieties, which exist in 4,000 years ago, and it covers 20 to 30 land acres cultivated for mango, both commercial and governmentally. And in mango at Malda district, for the dominance of mango industry, it is called also as the mango city. So the main objectives of the study to discuss the mango marketing facilities and storage facilities and the processed products by the mangoes in selected blocks, and to recommend it for the few steps to upgrade of mango industry at a commercial level. Generally, my study is based on telephonic interview because of the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and also some limited places like Kotwali, Rotua, English Bazar blocks of Malda district. So, where we can see that the study area I surveyed on surveyed for the mango industry. It lies between 25 degree 32 minutes to 24 degree 40 minutes in north latitude, and 88 degree 28 minutes to 87 degree 45 minutes is longitude, and is surrounded by North Dinajpur and South Dinajpur in the north, Ganga in the south, Bangladesh in the east, and Purnia district of Bihar in the west. Its cover also nowadays is 3,733 square kilometers, and it's ranking about 11th in the state as a survey of district census handbook 2001. There are also some causes that reflect me for the study of Malda district. There are, as per census 2001, 37.55% of the land are covered on the basis of mango farming, and the amount of production is about 43.39%. There are also some causes like climate and soil factors, which generally influences the productivity, and the varieties and availability. Varieties of mangoes, like there are Fojli, Himsagar, Dudhsagar, Amropali, etc., etc., and the huge variation and of their taste and size and color. For the that's why I chosen the Malda district for the survey. So, as you can see, the results and discussion topic, where I represent the production chapter. Here is the table where the area in 2004 for the cultivation is like 1,075 hectares, and their production is like 7,020 tons in 2004 to 5, and which increases in 2014 to 15, like 2,269 square kilometer in hectare in area, and 16,998 tons in 2014 to 15. And here is the diagram which represents the area, production in tons, productivity from 2004 to 2015, percentage change in over previous year, percentage change in productivity, percentage change in production and area, and their productivity in 2004 to 5 is like for 653 hectare per kg, which increases to 750 hectare per kg in 2014 to 50. Now we discuss the mango marketing and the mango outlet. Mango marketing, it is common that majority of mango producers sell their products with their local market and sellers and local customers and small wholesalers for their transportation problem, for their storage problem. So they produce the mango as soon as possible, and they sell to the nearest sellers and wholesalers for their ripe and rotating problem. So there is the marketing channel of mangoes. There are several marketing channels like producer, assembler, wholesaler 1, wholesaler 2, retailer to consumer, producer to assembler, wholesaler to exporter, producer to exporter and consumer. Here is the list, and the percentage shown given below, which represents the producer, assembler, wholesaler and retailer channel, which represents 60% of the total mango, where the wholesaler adopts 45% and retailer 15%. And the producer, retailer, consumer channel, which represents 15% of the total volume, and producer, assembler, wholesaler, consumer and exporter channel, which represents 20% of the total volume, and where 3% by consumer and 17% by the exporter. And lastly, producer, exporter and consumer channel, which represents 5% of the total volume. And here we discuss estimating cost and margin of the mango marketing, which involves the marketing among the small and large and marginal farmers. Here is the list of some charges of cost, like transport charges, grading charges, loading charges, commission charges, and other charges. Also, as well as there are charges between wholesalers, commission agents, commission agents come, prepaid retailer, expense incurred by the retailer, and cost price to the retailer, which represented by the percentage among the small, large, and marginal farmers. And now we're discussing the marketing structure and the market conduct. What is marketing structure? Marketing structure, which is based mainly on the degree of market concentration on entry and exit from the trade. As we can see, the concentrated suppliers, traders, sellers, which resulted the market is very competitive, represented by the percentage 25.82%. And the market conduct refers to the patterns of behavior firms that are not readily identifiable, obtainable, and quantifiable. There are two types of market conduct, like producer market conduct and traders market conduct. Producers market conduct produce their mango generally in April to August, where the price is very low from May to June, and where 43% of the traders purchase mango directly from the farmers or farms, 27%, 18%, and 12% of traders purchase mango at village market, roadside market, nearby market. For the least proportion of distance market, transportation charges, and other causes that affects the market and market efficiency for the mango industry to develop. What is the market trends and major exporting countries in from Malda district? From the survey, it noticed that the marketing values and export of Malda mangoes lost their rate per year. So it can say that there are exported 860 tons of mangoes in 2015, which losses from the previous year, and they export the mango to various countries like probably in Bangladesh and others in Nepal, Bhutan, USA, UAE, with their not only raw mangoes, but they exported byproducts and other materials that produced by the mangoes. What are the problems faced by the farmers and production factories in marketing of mango? There are some problems which I mentioned above. Basically, the shortage of labor, high cost of labor, there are technicians' problem, there are high establishment costs, there are lack of high quality fruits in plants, etc., etc. So now we discuss the storage facilities of mango industry at Malda district. We generally surveyed and also interviewed by the telephone that I revealed that there are 8 to 12 cold storage at Malda district, which basically based on mango storage, but nowadays they generally store the potato and other horticulture products except for mango. So there is some problem, but here's the name of some cold storages like Adina Cooperative Cold Storage, Malda Mango Cooperative Cold Storage, Malda Samavai Himsagar, Samshi and Arsisha Cold Storage, Malkos, Gita's Cold Storage, Jaykrishna Cold Storage, Big Mart Retail Store, etc., etc. So from the given diagram, it can say that there are some storage methods. Storage of mango Malda is also done by farmers and sellers. From the farmers' storage method, 35.50 of farmers in this region, and they harvested mango by heating from the ground, 30.32% spread on the floor, and 20.02 put in the basket, and 18% stored in the refrigerator, and 1.16% stored in the box. Where in the seller storage method, there are 62% spread on the floor, 33% stored in the basket, and 5% stored in the box, and not stored in their heap on the ground or refrigerator. Problems faced by the storage facilities. What are the problems mainly discussed here? There are the mango they stored in the cold storage in below 4 degrees Celsius, which caused a chilling injury. And lots of problems like transportation problem, costing problem, antifungal antibiotic not used by them, and other like poor infrastructure maintenance, low investment, low proper maintenance, no guidance nowadays. So that affects the storage problem as well as the productivity and marketing facilities as respect with the productivity, because the production, as you can say, 100%, and they marketed and stored like 50% and stored like for marketed 40%, because there are some infrastructure problem and the mango got rotten and wrecked very fastly. That's why the mango industry at Malda district faces some international export problem and national export problem as well. So as we can see, the processed products by mango. What are the processed products made by the mango at Malda district? There are basically two mango storage and mango processed product farms at Old Malda, like Malcos Cooperative Limited, it is a governmental, and Gita's Private Limited, it is a private firm. Whereas very few employees and very few permanent employees are there, and they are not so trained, not so fit for the development of varieties produced from mango. So there are some little products produced by the mango, like mango pulp juice, nectar, fruit sauces, fruit cocktails, dried mango slice, mango wine, glazing, flavored yogurt, ice cream, etc. And their production are also very low, and they buy from the exporters, wholesalers, and sellers, normal sellers, with their low price, like 5 to 7 rupees per kg, and they export their products mainly all over India, and in international, mainly in Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, very few in USA and UAE. And there are some problems also in storage facilities and processed product factories in there, like poor guidance, low maintenance, low investments. Inner political issues also are involved in their production deficiency. No promotion of fair food. Like as we surveyed that, there in previous years there are some mango festivals are also available, mango promotions, and other promotional functions are also available held at Malda district, but their negligence also available and can be seen in nowadays. So there are some figures, as you can see, there are some cold storage and the products made by the Gita's and Malcos Private Limited for the from mango. So here is the conclusion. Given the large potential of mango production, here the production is very much at mango in the Malda district. That's why it is called the mango city. But for the negligence, its marketing and storage is moderately low. The most fitted reasons include lack of market-oriented production, too traditional, excessive margin mainly due to inefficient and costly transport, absence of mango fruit, market information, mango festivals are not available, proper and highly guidance are not available, development of transport and export in national and international levels are decreases from previous years. So the others are local gram panchayats and municipal corporations, and their negligence also available for the decreasing development of mango industry. From the conclusion, it can be said that it is need to very highly guidance and highly importance to give for the mango industry. So it reforms its rank all over, not only all over the India, but also as international level also. This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I invite Shilpi Bosak, student, Department of Economics, Jadavpur University, to present her paper. Shilpi Bosak. Please present your screen. Shilpi Bosak, are you hearing me? Shilpi Bosak. Hello. Shilpi Bosak, are you hearing me? Hello. Hello. Shilpi Bosak. I think there's some problem. So I'm going to the next participant. Mr. Debobroto Ghosh, SACT, Department of Geography, Kanta, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya. Mr. Ghosh, please.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I am Debobroto Ghosh, Faculty of Geography, Kandra, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya. At first, I convey my special gratitude to Honorable Principal Professor Dr. Mrinal Kanti Chattopadhyay and Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Basu and other resource person of our today's seminar. And I also expressed special gratitude to the other delegates. My paper is on the importance of planning and conserving urban green space. So, as we know generally that development means economic development, but economic development cannot be proper maintained unless we develop human resource development and also environmental development. In our today's world, all kind of economic development exist in a city area or a civilized area, but as a result of this, due to highly urbanization and industrialization, there is a lot of environmental degradational problem and also health problem. So the environment condition in urban areas across the country expose residents to significant public health hazards every day, from toxics, heavy metals, poor ambient and indoor air pollution. Hello? And a lack of open green space. Quality green space create environments where we can lead safe, happy, healthy and active lives. Green spaces offer innovative approaches to increase the quality of urban settings, enhance local resilience and promote sustainable lifestyle, improving the health and the well-being urban residents. Now I discuss about the objectives of my study or paper. To identify urban residents have adequate opportunities for exposure to nature, and also to identify people awareness for conserving or conservation of nature. Now I also discuss about the concept of urban green space. Generally, green spaces are that areas of the contingent land of a city where vegetated areas and places such as artificially created city parks stands with natural vegetation, and land areas such as botanical gardens as well as isolated streets street medicine, mediums, and private gardens. Green spaces also include school gardens and sport fields also, which can again be divided into formal and informal green spaces. Urban green spaces are increasingly acclaimed as central elements in the promotion of environmental stability and equality of quality in life in cities. Now I discuss about the biopotentialities of a green space. Due to the increased population growth and urban problems such as pollution resulting from increased production and accumulation, maintaining green space as a necessary task today. They have a greater contribution to urban heat reduction and many other benefits also. So I mentioned some benefits like social benefits. Social benefits of green spaces are related to leisure and recreation, the facilitation of social contact and communication, access to and experience in terms of qualitative living environments, the positive perception of residents with regard to urban green space values, etc. Environmental benefits it provided by green space includes ecosystem services and ecological systems that provide in terms of enhanced biodiversity. It contributes to reducing pollutions and enhancing air quality, microclimate and heat islands effect, and noise reduction. The greatest environmental benefits of green space is the impact on biodiversity and providing refuge to species that are disappearing from urban areas today. There are also economic benefits. Some economic benefits like it including enhanced inward investment in the area, encouraged employment in city area. The important aspects of green space in urban form are quantity, quality, connectivity, and accessibility. In respect of health benefits, the improvement and expansion of green space has been proposed as a tool for increasing psychological well-being in urban area or urban environment. So green space may be effective as prescription drugs in treating some forms of mental illness. Now I discuss about the planning to green space development. So the built-up nature in green space in urban area like parks, playground, rooftop, vertical garden, landscape garden, roadside greeneries, etc. Now the approaches of the study in present day context, we can see the era of urbanization, industrialization, and globalization, when human beings lost their morality to meet basic needs in daily life. Human beings depend on an environment, but they cannot control the environment. Environment is very much suffered by human activity in present day. Specifically, we know already seeing that during the COVID-19 situation also, if action is not taken, then the environment will no longer be able to support us. We should develop our technology to control and protect our environment, ensure optimum use of conventional resources because they are limited, and introduce alternative resources to make attractive and sustainable environment. In that regard, I specifically mentioned that in case of renewable resources, we must be aware of the demand and consumption rate. Then landscape ecological approach is another approach. Applying landscape ecological principles can mean optimizing green space geometry, for example, by increasing connectivity or network planning. One example is the preservation of or planning of green fingers, which provide high connectivity of urban green space from city center to the periphery. Improving green space planning process. This is also another approach. It is a government duty to improve the planning producers for conservation and protection of green space. Use of modern technology and advanced procedure for better conservation and sustainable use of natural environment. And at the last approach, green strategies for building and private properties. When space is scarce to provide green space on the ground, other greening strategies as green roofs and vertical green infrastructure such as green are put forward as an opinion for greening compact city environments and biodiversity conservation. However, these do not fulfill the functions of public open green space at ground level. The sky gardens can fulfill important functions for certain user groups or can provide important ecosystem services, but not necessarily the same as ground level urban green space and not necessarily for the same users groups. It is an important approach or strategies for future sustainable development of nature. Now I talk about the findings of the paper of importance of urban sustainability for a good urban green space management practice and its conservation also. The importance of ecocentrism would be the first step forwards avoiding ecological disaster nowadays and in a near future also, and preserving the humankind's future. Such an approach is not only important for green politics, but may well be the most significant political issue of the near future. Introduce the Green Belt project for controlling urban sprawl and control environmental health, as well as it's a place of recreation, which is a more important issue today. Now it's time to raise awareness about the cause and impact of environmental degradation and its possible preventive means among the people and government departments. Now I concluding by saying that in today's world, urbanization is a modern trend. In modern day, people are attracted to modern culture. That is why we generally experience rural-urban migration, and it is one of the major causes of increasing urban population. This paper suggested that the value of green spaces should be firstly identified in terms of direct and indirect benefits, and secondly, quantified and measured in order to be prioritized and comparable to urban developments. Therefore, all concerned state governments should pay more attention in developing urban green spaces by involving city residents, NGOs, local civic bodies, state government, and residents' welfare organizations. Thanking of all of you.
Thank you, Devabroto, for your nice presentation. Now I request Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu, the convener, to please invite our next participant and continue the rest of the technical session. Now it's over to you, Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu.
Thank you, Manavendra. Now I want to proceed. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, next paper presenter is Dr. Asamakul De, head of the department Geography, Abhinananda Mahavidyalaya. But I can't see Asamakul De in this web platform. Sabad, can you help us?
Yes, madam.
We cannot see Dr. Asamakul De.
Just let me once see.
Please call him.
Has he joined? He has not joined here, ma'am.
Oh, actually, you please call me Shumit or call Asamakul.
Okay, we are looking.
I skip this, but if you want to join, we will join.
Okay, we are looking into it.
Okay. Now I want to request Sri Olit Naha, SACT,
Am I audible?
Department of Political Science, Vidyasagar College, Kolkata.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Yes. Now we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. At the beginning, I would like to extend my gratitude to Kandra RKK Mahavidyalaya, Department of Geography, for giving me this platform. And as we are aware today, environment, climate change, sustainable development, mitigation actions have moved beyond the traditional realm of science and have become crucial for social sciences also. All major global IGOs or intergovernmental organizations and non-governmental organizations or NGOs today are working together to keep the world suitable for survival of life. Climate has become a crucial aspect of global political economy and international politics as a whole. So as the theme of the topic or the title of the topic goes for me, climate change and mitigation actions, analyzing India's role in international negotiations. It begins like international deliberation on climate change began with the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held in Sweden in 1972. This marked the initiation of several future negotiations on environment, beginning with the Montreal Protocol of 1987. However, from the late 20th century, the deliberation became more proactive given the threat posed by climate change. The participating countries at the Rio Earth Summit of 1992 agreed on the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change or UNFCCC, the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification or UNCCD, and the Convention on Biological Diversity. This formed the foundation for present-day negotiation discourse on climate control. Climate change continues to be central to international environmental governance. The paper thus seeks to study India's role in this politics of climate change by assessing its contribution to different environmental negotiations that have taken place in the last 2 decades. India maintains the issue of climate justice as the core of climate change negotiation for developing countries. However, lately, India has moved from being a protest voice to one ready to shoulder greater climate mitigation responsibilities. Now, moving to the next point, which is India's climate policy, if we see, India has been vocal about the responsibilities of the advanced industrialized countries towards minimizing the use of greenhouse gases and stressed on the need to adapt clean and green energy to maintain a sustainable environment. This argument is based on both historical and scientific facts that cannot be denied. Beginning with the Industrial Revolution in Europe and subsequent global industrialization and urbanization have added to the degradation of the environment. These Western developed countries who have become industrialized much earlier than the third world countries like India, China, are therefore involved in the emission of greenhouse gases for a longer period. A study of the greenhouse gases emissions between the year 1850 to 2012 has predicted that the United States, the European Union, and China would together account for 49% of global greenhouse emissions by the year 2100, while in the same duration, India's account of emission would stand at 5% of the global emission. Thus, on historical grounds, these developed nations are more responsible for climate change, and India has maintained this position since the Rio Summit of 1992. On the other hand, if one starts to focus more on the current and the future trends of emission of greenhouse gases, keeping these historical findings aside, then India cannot deny its contribution towards climate change, being the third largest emitter, with its emission expected to rise as a result of growing population, urbanization, and energy requirements. This duality is a problem that makes India vulnerable and occupies a unique role in global climate politics. Therefore, it becomes vital for India to find alternative ways to lower its greenhouse gases emissions to resist climate catastrophe and maintain its stand in global climate conferences. Though one cannot deny, India is still a developing country with a sizable amount of population still below the poverty line. India's per capita GDP as of 2018 stands at $2,009.98, much lower compared to that of the US and China in the same period. Lower per capita income has a serious impact on purchasing power, which in turn affects the domestic market. Therefore, to satisfy the needs of its population and to meet its energy requirements, India requires cheap and abundant energy with a commitment to rapid transition towards climate change is not affordable for developing countries like India. This requires the developed countries that have historically contributed to a higher per capita share of emission and also possesses the wealth to bear the cost of adopting clean energy to take the responsibility of minimizing the emission of greenhouse gases and implementing technologies for green energy. This is regarded by India as climate justice for developing countries. Therefore, the developed or the north-south divide or the contradiction exists also on the issue of climate change apart from the economy, and if not handled cautiously, it might have adverse consequences for global peace and security in the region. Moving to the next heading, that is India and the politics of climate change, we can see that Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's remarks at the 1972 UN Conference on Human Environment is regarded as the cornerstone of India's climate policy. At the conference, she emphasized more on socio-economic necessities over environmental concerns and blamed the developed West for contributing more to global environmental problems. This principle was further sustained or substantiated with the publication of a report by the Center for Science and Environment titled Global Warming in an Unequal World in 1991. The report stressed the fact that developed countries were emitting a greater share of greenhouse gases resulting from its industrial and technological advancement, and therefore should bear the larger responsibility to combat climate change. This was regarded as climate colonialism and put forth the idea that per capita emission of countries should be the metric to allocate responsibilities. At the initial stage of climate negotiations, India tried to unify the developing countries through the existing multilateral arrangements like the G77 to put pressure on the developed West. In the Rio Summit of 1992, the developed countries were called upon to downsize their greenhouse gas emissions, while the developing countries would follow them voluntarily, owing to their need to sustain economic growth based on technological and monetary support from these advanced countries. India was successful to an extent in making the world understand the responsibility or the difference in the responsibility between the developed and the developing countries at the summit. This argument was further substantiated from Article 3 of the UNFCCC adopted in the Rio Summit that mentions the phrase common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. That is, greater responsibility to tackle climate change lies with the developed nations and the varying nature of capabilities to address climate change of these countries. The success of the Rio Summit made India the messiah of rights of the developing countries. It played a proactive role in formalizing the Berlin Mandate of 1995 that eventually resulted in the signing of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997. Under the protocol, the developed countries of the Annex 1 or the Annex 1 countries were required to commit to quantified emission limitation, while the developing states were freed from any such legally binding commitments. Thus, India was successful in uniting the developing nations and forcing the developed nations to adopt stronger action towards sustainable environment and also safeguarding our social economic interests. The beginning of the new century witnessed substantial economic development in some of the developing countries like Brazil, India, China, South Africa, who are together referred as basic countries. This increasing economic strength of these advanced emerging economies is directly proportional to their increasing carbon footprint. As a result, there was a growing international call for these countries to play a proactive role in global governance, as without their participation, there can be no fruitful climate deal. The developed countries also began to demand the removal of these economies from Kyoto exemptions and called upon them to do more towards binding carbon commitments. They were now viewed as separate from the G77 bloc. And the West began to initiate separate negotiating arrangements with these advanced emerging economies outside the UNFCCC, like the G8+5 dialogue on climate energy in 2008 and the Major Economies Forum on Energy and the Climate in 2009. The growing pressure on these economies forced them to collaborate mutually and adapt strategies that are independent of the G77 countries. At the 13th edition of Copenhagen Summit held in 2007, India made
Excuse me, Oli.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
conclude your.
Yeah, I'm at the verge of conclusion only. I'm at the verge of conclusion.
Yeah. Now may continue.
Yeah. So at the 13th summit, as we can see, held in 2007, India agreed in principle the idea that the emerging economies should make voluntary efforts based on their capabilities to tackle climate change. This was in sharp contrast to India's rejection of such commitment during the Kyoto Protocol negotiations. At the 15th Copenhagen Summit, the climate governance structure was changed from being the top-down to a bottom-up approach. This change in India's climate policy became far more evident with the 16th summit or the 16th edition of the summit held in 2010. At the 17th edition, Environment Minister Natarajan renewed India's traditional posturing on the issue of climate change. At the 18th summit, there was no major change in the policy of India. At the 19th summit, the national determined commitments were proposed, which was formally accepted at the Copenhagen 20th summit, which adopted it with a change name, Intended Nationally Determined Contributions. At the 21st summit, India accepted the 1.5 degree climate mitigation goal, and the most acclaimed, the International Solar Alliance, was also formalized at the sidelines of this summit. So in conclusion, I would like to say that one of the most notable environmentalist, Dubash, he identified three groups that have contributed to India's climate policy. First is the growth first Stonewall policies, growth first Stonewallers, who were emphasized that India must put the blame of climate change on the developed nations due to their historic responsibility and greater per capita emissions. The second is the progressive realists, or the ones who are well aware of the impact of climate change, and this group is skeptical of the fact that the developed nations were trying to use global negotiations to safeguard their economic interest. The third group, which Dubas regarded as progressive internationalists, were the ones who believed that a proactive India can shape the trajectory of international climate mitigation actions. The ratification of the Paris Agreement, the adaptation, the launching of mega solar parks, the adaptation of clean energy in Indian railways are some of the factors that has given a pragmatic approach and benefited India's status as a responsible major player. Thank you.
Thank you, Anik. Thank you. Now I request Shivli Bosak, Research Scholar, Department of Bengali, North Bengal University. Where is Shivli Bosak?
Ma'am, Shivli Bosak is not with us. She will not willing to represent her.
Oh,
please keep her.
Okay. Now Souvik Datto. Souvik De.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Souvik De, MPhil Scholar, Department of Economics, Bardhaman University. So kindly please, Souvik, within the stipulated time, it is very tight schedule. For only 7 minutes, you can complete your presentation within 7 minutes. Now,
yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Is the presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I want to give my gratitude to all organizers to giving me opportunity to present the paper. I am Souvik De, MPhil Research Scholar at Department of Economics, University of Bardhaman. Before starting the presentation, let me introduce some main topics about human development. As we all know that the Human Development Report was first developed by UNDP in the year 1990. It is basically a socioeconomic condition and progress towards the human needs for the overall country. But in case of subnational human development, it may differ. Human development stands on three basic pillars: health, education, and income or standard of living. Generally, we can get the national level overview of human development, but in case of subnational human development, it may differ from the national structure. Looking at this picture, we can say that if we have a high definition image, it is basically depends on three main colors, that is red, green, and blue. The more the RGB are prominent, the picture will more clearer to us. The same case is happen in case of human development. That is, in case of country, this is the big picture, that is the human development of a country. We may find that human development at state level, district level, and block level. The more the block level data are prominent, or the more the block level human development was prominent, the overall country's human development will develop. The main structure of human development is in front of you. The basic three pillars, that is healthy life, access to knowledge or education, and standard of living. So these dimensions are depends on four indicators, that is life expectancy at birth, educational standards, school enrollment, and per capita earning. From these indices, we can make the health index and education index and income index, and from weighted average of these three indices, we can make the human development index. But in case of subnational human development, the framework is different. We have to keep in mind that the geographical environment, social lifestyle, cultural activity, and other things that varies part by part. Indicators that we generally use to measure the human development have to be modified according to the regional conditions. So the objective of my study is to find the overall condition of health and education standard of living for Bardhaman and Hooghly district for selected areas, to compare the human development situation between these two districts. We are considering the rural side and urban side of Bardhaman and Hooghly. Lastly, to find out the cause and effect behind the development condition and policy recommendation if needed. So, to structuring the subnational human development, we are selected some indicators that are in front of you. 4 indicators for educational development by educational indices. Health index considered as 7 indicators, and standard of living is considered as 8 indicators. In the methodology part, we have just taking the weighted average of the previous indicators and making the education index, health index, and standard of living index. After that, we have to normalize them because they are different units. The normalization method is for education index score is actual value of education index minus minimum value of education index divided by maximum value minus minimum value of education index. Similar is also happen for health index and standard of living index. And after that, the finding the scores of these indices, we are taking the simple weighted average method by giving the equal weightage to all the indices, find the subnational human development index. These are the some statistics of rural urban condition of subnational human development. So for 3 indices for Bardhaman and Hooghly district. As we can see there, the Bardhaman urban areas in table 1, Bardhaman urban areas, most of the education indices for urban Bardhaman is higher than other sectors. In case of health indices, the Hooghly rural is more better condition than other areas, and in case of standard of living, the Hooghly urban and Bardhaman urban are the better condition. Next, by taking the weighted average after normalization, we can get the subnational human development score for different regions. For it is very clear that for Hooghly rural, it is the highest score that we have get 7.716 for Hooghly rural area subnational human development, and the lowest is in the Bardhaman urban areas. In general, for a country level, we may think that the urban areas human development is always better than rural areas, but in case of block level, it is clear that rural areas is greater position than urban areas. It is a interesting fact. Rural areas are better condition than urban areas for both the Hooghly and urban district. Rural Hooghly have the highest SHDI score among all the areas, and Bardhaman urban areas are still in backward position than urban areas of Hooghly district. So after that, I conclude that many earlier development economic works of literature have demonstrated an empirical evidence that less developed and developing areas have a tendency to develop at a faster rate and converge more quickly than an already developed area. The same phenomena also happened here with the support of several current government schemes, that is like Manrega, National Rural Mission, Deen Dayal Yojana, etc. The development, rural sector development achieved a better human development score than the urban region. It is a very good indication for future generation if the government keep in mind that and sustain it for long term. Thank you. These are the references.
Thank you, Shobhit, for timely complete your presentation very nicely. Thank you. May I request Dr. Indrajit Mandral, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Chandidas Mahavidyalaya.
Thank you, madam.
Indrajit,
Thank you.
now can proceed your presentation.
Good afternoon, all respected resource persons, principal, convener, and organizing committee. Today's my webinar topic is understanding the air pollution of Raipur city, a statistical approach. At first, I discuss introduction of my topic. Air pollution is the most serious problem of Raipur city. Its effects have now become responsible for the development of air pollution control studies and other pollution impact analysis programs have long been faced with the basic need to understand the relative importance of source impact. Chhattisgarh's capital Raipur has earned the undesirable achievement of being among seventh top polluted cities in the world, according to World Health Organization report. This is for the second consecutive times of World Health Organization in urban air quality database figures put Raipur on highly polluted cities in the map. In 2014, World Health Organization stated that Raipur was the third worst city in India. Raipur city found its way in the list of top 20 populated cities in the world. In Raipur, the organic carbon structure percentage in atmosphere is 30% to 33%, which is double than the other cities of Chhattisgarh. It takes the city to a higher level in terms of respiratory problems, chronic asthma, skin disease, etc. Chhattisgarh has recorded 100% increase in respiratory disease and cardio disease in the last few decades due to huge increase in large concentration in atmosphere besides and such results incidents are air pollution is a serious issue in Cyber City, and it has a trend of further in the future. The major pollutants are taken for my study is PM10, PM 2.5, sulfur, and nitrogen. Purpose of the study. In summer, soil and road dust can contribute about 26% to PM10 and PM 2.5. The silt load on some of other Raipur's road is very high, and silt can become airborne with the movement of vehicles, vehicles, particularly in dry summer season. More than 65 tons per day is the estimated PM10 emission in the city. Objectives of the study. The primary objective of the study are to analyze the air pollution data for various locations in Raipur city to identify patterns of spiking in air pollution level with respect to various parameters. Second is to analyze the meteorological factors that relates with the air pollution level for the respective locations of Raipur city. Methodology. For my analysis, I have selected one site that is Jaistamchak of one side is Jaistamchak of Raipur city, where maximum value of AQI, air quality index obtained. There is these sites are selected because of its location of the center of the city. Having transportation consequence in this paper, I have analyzed data of various years 2011 to 2018. Graphs to show my increasing rate of PM10, which is the main component of the pollution prediction for the future year is done with the help of graphical measures from the data like a graph. Next.
Thank you. Thank you, Indrajit. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Now may I request Shamol Mundal, Tarakeshwar B.Ed College, Department of Geography.
Yes, ma'am.
Is here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now
Yes, ma'am.
you start your presentation.
Ma'am, my name is Sayan Mondol.
Yes. You start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sayan Mondol. Now I am presenting my paper on health impact analysis of Mongolpur Opencast Private Colliery. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes.
Economic development is related with various human activities that affects quality of our environment. Coal mining is such an activity. It causes environmental degradation many ways. Due to coal mining, huge amount of pollutants adding in air, water and soil, and it directly affected human health. This is the location of my study area. Mongolpur Colliery is located within Raniganj region of Paschim Bardhaman district in West Bengal. To understand the health condition of the people in this region and to examine how people's health affected by coal mining. This study is mainly primary database, and primary data was collected by random sampling method. And the methodology of adopted present work has been designed in this business. Some collected information is presented in this diagram. It is seen that the primary health center and hospital service are available in this region, and the distance of healthcare center or hospital from the study area is within 5. Drinking water is directly related to humans, so it is important to know the source of drinking water and availability of toilet when discussing about health. 20% water and 80% people use open well water for drinking, and around 30% of houses have toilet facilities. Current health status of respondents is categorized into 3 classes. 29.55% people's health status is good, and 50% people's health status is bad. At the time of illness, 68% people use allopathy medicine and 31% of people use homeopathy medicine. Health service facility is not bad in Mongolia. 20% respondents is health service facility is good, and 70% respondents' opinion is health service facility is moderate. Health impact analysis by Leopold. There are 3 major variables as project action in row level, and all the column levels representing human environmental elements. Leopold matrix impact value of current health status is not very high, and impact value of causes of disease is medium. In the era of globalization, sustainable development requires an appropriate balance between social and environmental well-being, both of the current situation and also for the future. At first, we need awareness, then sustainable use of resources, so we get a healthy and sustainable environment. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Shine Wondan. Now I request Vidisha Chakraborty, Department of Geography, Kaji Nazrul University.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Vidisha, now we can proceed. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing.
Now we can proceed.
Ma'am, screen is visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to comment on the topic impact of patch system of ECL over dynamics of land use land cover change, a case study on Daluban Moda Pandaveswar block. Mining is considered one of the most profitable and least environmental friendly activity. Here Daluban, a census town in Paschim Bardhaman district, is selected for the study. The main thrust of this report is to understand the land use land cover change before and after the establishment of the patch. Now what is patch and what is outsourcing? Patch is a open cast mining which is partially outsourced or privatized. They only believe in more whole, more coal policy. And outsourcing is a business practice in which the institution work is done by cooperation of outsiders of the company. My main objectives of the study is to understand the patch system, to study the impact of patch system over land use, land cover, and to highlight some sustainable management plans. To get the qualitative and quantitative data, I divided my methodology in 3 parts, that is pre-field, field, and post-field work. For database, I use primary data and various kinds of secondary data which are mentioned here. And This is the location with the extension and other information. And this is the location map of the study area. The land use land cover change is shown here with the help of supervised classification of Landsat images, and the area also calculated through ArcGIS software in hectare. This is the image of 2013 is showing the before situation, and this is the image of 2019 is showing the after patch situation. In the pie charts here, comparison can be made in percentage. It turns out that there is huge change in mining area expansion from 64 hectare to 94 hectare at the present. Settlement, vegetation cover, crop area are also changed. It can also say that aesthetic degradation took place along with physical environmental pollution and land use land cover change. There is some impacts over physical environment. Here, the trends of production is given in tons, as the huge amount of production is considered as the main cause of the environmental degradation. Here is some photograph representing the present scenario of the study area, the subsided zone and the water condition and the agricultural land. And in the findings, it can be noticed in a very good way that patch gives huge impact on land use land cover change. As for example, the land degradation, subsidence, agricultural land degradation, settlement also shifted to another place. Except all this, the 30 hectare land was deforested and soil losing its binding capacity. Now, for the sustainable management plans, there is some policies like top soil management through afforestation, land reclamation through proper sand filling, and subsidence can also manage through sand filling, and overburden management through grass cover. These are the references which I use. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidisha. Very nicely presentation with it stipulated time. Thank you. Now I request Pradeep Kormakar, SAT, Department of Political Science, SNS College, Khairashul, Birbhum.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Now may proceed.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Hello. Good afternoon,
yes,
everyone.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am feeling very proud for participating in the two-day international webinar of sustainable development. And thanks to the respected principal, Dr. M.K. Chattopadhyay, and other resource person, guests, all participants and organizer committee, and also Department of Geography and the technical expert of Kandra, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya. Myself, Pradeep Kormakar, Department of All Science, State-aided college teacher of SFS Mahavidyalaya, Khairashul, Birbhum. Let's the start of my paper presentation within scheduled time. So my paper title is that a key focus on biodiversity and its conservation. Biodiversity, also known as biological diversity, generally refers to the variety and variability of life on Earth. The term biodiversity is the shortened form of two words, biological and diversity. Here, bio means life and diversity refers to variety. It can be divided as three types: genetic diversity, variation of genes in a species that is a single population, and species diversity. It is the... Hello? Hello?
Continue.
It is the basic way to keep on account of biodiversity, as it includes all forms of life. Ecosystem diversity. It differentiates between different habitats, ecological processes, and ecosystems in which the species exist. This can be a forest ecosystem, marine ecosystem, desert ecosystem, and so on. A Sanskrit sloka related my topic, biodiversity and its conservation. The sloka is that Prakriti Rakshati Rakshita, means nature protects. If she is protected, nature has been very kind to man and other living creatures. The main aims and objectives in my paper is that why and how conserve our biodiversity and which measure protect from the so many challenges in our biodiversity. The proposed study is based on a theoretical framework and some empirical findings. Biodiversity is the life support system. Organisms depend on it for water to drink, food to eat, and the air to breathe. Biodiversity maintains the web of life. Environmental services from species and ecosystems are essential at local, regional, and global level. It maintains the water and water cycling. Also, biochemical gases reduce global warming by absorbing carbon and fertilize the soil. Conservation of biodiversity is need for food, energy, fuel, timber, medicinal benefit from wild adventure like aspirin, penicillin, quinine, etc. The agricultural communities use biodiversity for growing their crops. Tribal communities also gathering the forest resources, and urban communities generally use the greatest amount of goods and services. So the conservation of biodiversity is very much important for our utilitarian, ethical, moral, and economical benefit for human life. Now the question is that what is the causes for biodiversity loss? There are two causes for loss of our biodiversity. Number one, natural causes like flood, earthquake, landslide, and number two, man-made causes, inefficient use of toxic chemicals and over-exploitation of wildlife resources for narrow business purposes. Number two, unsustainably high rates of human population growth and biological resources consumption. Number three, inadequate knowledge and no information for how to use environmental benefits. Conservation measure of biodiversity. There are two types: in situ conservation, when conservation is attempted to the natural habitat of the species by creating national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserve, etc. Now, number two, ex situ conservation means the conservation of components of biodiversity outside their natural habitats, it including many activities like zoological garden, botanical garden, nurseries, field gene banks, and reforestation, etc. And many other national or international conventions for conserve the biodiversity like 1992 United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, Ramsar Conservation of Wetlands in 1971, and Forest Conservation Act in 1980. In India, the Biodiversity Act 2002 provides for conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of its components, and equitable sharing benefits. So, at the last moment, I have concluded my presentation. Biodiversity is the life support system of our earth. We depend on it for breathing, drinking, eating, and medicinal benefits. So conservation of biodiversity is most important for the getting environmental or ecological and sustainable benefits for our human life, and also conserve for our future generation. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you. Now I over to the slot to our teacher, Sri Mahavidyalaya Das. I want to hand it over the slot to Das, but I want to convey a message from all of the participants and registered participant also. You please join with our valedictory section, which will be start on and about 3:10 p.m. You kindly join with us. Now, Mahavendra may proceed. Hello? Hello? Mahavendra? Hello? Mahavendra?
We can hear you.
Mahavendra is here? Now may I request Arunabha Dr. Sharma, Department of Environmental Studies, SFS College, Khairashol, Birbhum.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am present. I am presenting.
Yes.
I am presenting. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, continue.
Yes.
I would like to show my gratitude to Sri M.K. Chattopadhyaya, respected Principal Sir of Kandra RKK Mahavidyalaya and other organizing members of the webinars. My paper is on biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety and variability of life on Earth in any terrestrial or wetlands ecosystem. Biodiversity is not distributed evenly on Earth and is richest in the tropics. This tropical forest ecosystem covers less than 10% of Earth's surface and contains about 90% of the world's species. India is habitat of more than 1,15,000 species, type, plants and animals identified. India is a megadiversity country. Biodiversity hotspot. A biodiversity hotspot is a region with a high level of endemic species that have experienced great habitat loss. The term hotspot was introduced in 1988 by Norman Myers. There are 34 hotspots in the world. There are 3 hotspots in India, and there are Great Eastern Himalaya, includes the entire Indian Eastern Himalayan region. Indo-Burman region includes entire northeastern India. Western Ghats includes entire Western Ghats. Importance of biodiversity. Biodiversity is very important to us. These are in ecosystem and ecological balance. Biodiversity protects the ecosystem. In ecosystem, one species dependent on others by food chain. If one ecological niche is destroyed, others automatically fall in danger. Secondly, food and agriculture. Presently, 20 plant species, only just 20 main plant species, fulfilling about 80% of world's total main food consumption. And these 20 species are rice, wheat, maize, pulses, potato, onion, etc. Agriculture diversity is very vast in India. Nextly, business and industry. Biodiversity plays a vital role in economic growth of a country. Valuable species are cultivated to earn foreign money such as basmati rice, silk, etc. And these are very important to earn foreign money. Storage of genes. Biodiversity is the storage of genes. More the biodiversity, more the availability of genes to make strong the ecosystem. Drug and medicine for human health. About 90 plant species provided more than 100 types of essential medicines. In India, some medicinal plants which cultivated mostly are cinchona, which produce medicines quinine and disease malaria. Next, Papaver somniferum, which contains morphine and used to relieve pain. And the main dangerous disease, cancer, is used medicine is Taxol, which obtained from Taxus baccata species. There is a spiritual value to conserve biodiversity. In Indian civilization, Indians worship many plants and animals as gods and goddesses. Thus, we always maintain the biodiversity conservation. Threats to biodiversity. What are the threats? Residential and commercial development, housing, urban areas, suburbs, villages, etc. are growing in demand, and these are the threats of biodiversity. Commercial and industrial areas, tourism, unscientific farming activities, energy production and mining, transportation and service corridors, biological resource sources, human interactions, illegal activities, war, civil unrest, military exercise, conflict, war, dive boats, rock climbing. These are the threats which induced by humans. Natural system modification, water management, dam construction, environmental pollution, household sewage, urban water, wastewater, agriculture, forest effluents, garbage and solid waste, airborne pollutants, excess energy from thermal power plants, etc., which just go to river and damage the ecosystem of the water. Climate changes are also a vital role that are caused to the destruction of the biodiversity, habitat destruction, genetic pollution. We all know today's there increased demand to satisfy the need. We introduce GM food, that means genetically modified food, which is high yields, but as a result, new species are being introduced, but the traditional species are being destroyed. Overexploitation, green revolution, climate change, human overpopulation, these are the threats mainly of biodiversity. Conservation of biodiversity, mainly there are two types of conservation of biodiversity, and these are in situ conservation and ex situ conservation. In situ conservation is the process to conserve biodiversity, keeping them in their natural habitation. The security measures improve protected areas, biosphere area, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, reserve forests. Ex situ conservation, this process to conserve biodiversity by taking the species away from their natural habitation and consume them in artificial conditions such as seed bank, gene bank, cryobank, juice, etc. Humans are superior among all the animals. Other animals change their own behavior as per nature, but human can change the environment. He destroys forest for urbanization, builds factories, changes everything of the environment for the benefit of mankind. So he destroys the environment. As a result, we are inviting flood, drought, earthquake, but the nature has the superpower to control. Nature itself can make its own balance by natural calamities. If we force the nature to control the bioecological balance, in near future, the environment, it will keep balance it automatically, but the situation will be very worse because it will keep the balance by earthquake, flood, drought, famine, microorganism attack like COVID-19 virus. However, humans are intelligent. They are understanding the importance. We have realized the situation that we cannot live alone or only with just own or with family. We have to live together. We would have developed make such as in a way that we can meet the present of the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs, which is called sustainable development and introduced in Berlin Commission 1987. We have to build a new world development for whom needs a human answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arunabh. Thank you. Now, Sri Mahavidyalaya Das, hosted over this slot. Mahavidyalaya, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the next presenter, Somashri Bordhon, student, Department of Geography, Kaji Nazrul University. Somashri Bordhon, please present your paper.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I think my slide is visible. Hello?
No, your slide is, let me check.
Yes, you are visible and audible too. Please continue.
Please continue.
Madam, please unmute yourself.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Continue.
Okay. At first, I convey my special gratitude to my honorable principal, Sir Dr. Kanta Chattopadhyay, and my ma'am, Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu, and other organizing members for organizing such a wonderful international webinar on sustainable development. Now, I presented my paper that is a special analysis of vegetation and forest cover using GIS and remote sensing technique. I especially focused in Asansol Municipal Corporation area. So now the introduction part. Asansol, generally we know that Asansol is an integral part of Damodar River Valley region and is one of the most important urban industrial zone of eastern India. In recent years, the large-scale urbanization, industrialization, and its impact on biodiversity pose a threat to human existence through basic necessities, recreation, and the ecological functions. Now, remotely sent satellite image provide a overall view of the whole area. Remote sensing and GIS are highly capable in studies of land use, land cover map, and also another map like NDVI, NDWI. So, for many planning activities, accurate and current information on land use and land cover is required. Now I focus my study area. So I generally focus Asansol, not whole city because it is very much difficult. So I just selected some area of Asansol Municipal Corporation area. So that is the study area, a location map of my study area. Now the objectives. So the main objectives of my paper is the mapping and analysis of land use land cover map and to identify the changes of spatial growth of the study area. And these are the database and methodology that I use. That is the Landsat image of these three images in the year of 2016 and also use District Census Handbook in 2011 for collection of population data in Asansol Municipal Corporation area. And this is the graphical representation of methodology of the study area that I used for this prepare the mapping, the land image classification, NDVI, NDWI, and last and final output, the analysis and interpretation. Okay, so this is the result and analysis, my main focus, that is the spatial growth of the study area. So here you can see that the spatial details and accuracy of urban expansion forecasting method currently in use must be improved in order to help policymakers to prepare for future socioeconomic, environmental and health changes associated with urban growth and expansion. So in this figure, we can see that in the year of 1991, the urban expansion increase of this area, the blue line that is indicated, and in the year of 2001, that is highly increases. We can see it is clearly that is highly increases in the year of 2001, and in the year of 2016, the expansion is extend very much. So in this figure, we can clearly understood that how much urban expansion increased in the year of between 1991 to 1991 to 2016. Here we can see that the Asansol saw a large amount of urban expansion between in this 2 year 1991 to 2016. The region had 73.23 square kilometer area of urban land in 2001 and reaching 127.87 square kilometer in 2016. So now we present the ecological signature of the study area. That is land use, land cover map. This is a land use and land cover map of my study area. And here we can clearly see that the vegetation cover area is not so much high, but the settlement and transported area is very much high among them. So it is very much difficult for us and our environment that the environmental condition, it is important to our environment that vegetation cover area and others area. So here you can see that only 17.80 something area is an open forest area and 11.20 point area is agricultural land area, and otherwise 39.51 area is covered with settlement and transported area, and only we can see that only 9.8 to something area is covered with water bodies. Now this is a image for normalized difference vegetation index or NDVI, that we see that the green area that is indicated the vegetation cover area, and the red portion that is indicated that the water bodies and others activities like settlement, transport, communication. So this is started from minus 0.36 and it is from started to minus 0.66 from and to 0.510 square kilometer area. And here we can see that only 0.099% to 0.510 area is covered with vegetation cover. So it is not very much high. So next slide that is describe the normalized different water index. Here we can see that the red portion that is indicated the vegetation area or others activated area, and the blue portion that is indicated the water bodies. So here also clearly seen the water bodies is not so much high, only minus 0.220 to 0.57 square kilometer area is covered with water bodies and other activities, and the minus 0.52 portion to minus 0.20 portion is covered with agricultural area or forest cover area or others transport communication area. So now we discuss my concluding part. Due to the increasing of population growth and urban problem, such as population resulting from increasing production and accumulation, etc., we can see that the maintenance and expense of green space as a social impact, ecological and aesthetic aspect to be considered as necessary. And this paper mainly suggests that the value of green space should be firstly identified and secondly quantified the measure in order to be prioritized and compatible to urban development and other development priorities such as housing provision and commercial development. And it is our government duty and also people awareness to increase their awareness for conservation of the environment and build some natural or semi-natural environment for protect our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Somashri, for your nice presentation. Now I like to invite Shayantoni Ghotok, student, Department of Geography, Bardhaman University, to present her paper. Shayantoni Ghotok. Shayantoni Ghotok, have you joined?
I think she is not with us. I tried to contact with her, but I'm unable to contact with her.
Oh, okay. Then we are going to the next participant, Amarnath, student, Department of Geography, Calcutta University. Please present your paper, Amarnath.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please present. Yes, you're audible. Please present your paper.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amarnath from Baliganj Science College, Department of Geography. Thanks to everyone. My topic is climate change and its impact on jute cultivation, especially the study of Moniampur village, which is located on the western bank of Saraswati River. We know that climate change is the most important issue of the 21st century. It refers to the variation and shift in weather conditions over space and time of different scale and magnitude. In fact, climate change refers to the drastic and singular change in heat balance of the Earth atmosphere system, moisture, cloudiness, and precipitation. By this paper, a comparative study will present between the changing nature of climate and decreased nature of jute production. In present day, temperature increasing rapidly in global context. Thus, the rate of relative humidity has fallen and the rainfall rate also has decreased. We know that when the rate of temperature increase, the relative humidity of a particular air parcel decrease also. Because when air parcel is heat up, the surrounding air molecule also expands with the rate of temperature increase. So the moisture retention capacity of this particular air parcel also increase. Hence, the amount of rainfall decrease also. So with the process of climate change, the rate of production of jute also depended on it. The major objective of my topic is to find out the different type of climatic parameters like temperature, rainfall, relative humidity and their changing nature. To find out a causal relationship between the rate of temperature, rainfall and relative humidity and establish a cooperative study between the normal and ideal climatic conditions for jute cultivation. And to find out a thermal contrast and its changing nature within a decade. We know that jute is one of the most important natural fibers after cotton in terms of cultivation and usage. Jute cultivation is mainly dependent on the climatic factors like temperature, rainfall and humidity. Here we present the ideal conditions for jute like temperature 26 degrees centigrade, rainfall 150 centimeters and relative humidity 85%. But when I am studying this topic and ideal condition of different climatic parameters of the Muniampur village, there are a certain change of this ideal condition of different climatic parameters. Like during the period of 1990, the average temperature of the Muniampur village was 25.96 degrees centigrade. 1995 it was 27 degrees centigrade. 2000 27.08 degrees centigrade and 2005 27.5 degrees centigrade. And after 2015, it was 27.58 degrees centigrade. So from the data sheet, it is found that the temperature has increased from 25.96 degrees centigrade to 27.58 degrees centigrade during the period of 1990 to 2015. And thus the temperature increased approximately 1.62 degrees centigrade since the last decade. And during this period, the highest maximum temperature is 32.93 degrees centigrade and the lowest maximum temperature is 29.83 degrees centigrade in the year 2015 and 1990 respectively. Similarly, the highest minimum temperature is 22.83 degrees centigrade and the lowest minimum temperature is 22.08 degrees centigrade in the year 2010 and 1990 respectively. Thus, the maximum temperature difference during this period is 3.1 degrees centigrade and minimum temperature difference was 7.5 degrees centigrade. Similarly, the rainfall also decreased from 1990 to 2015. 1990, the rainfall was 103.25 centimeter and 2015 it was only 91 centimeter. So, on the basis of this rainfall data, it is clear that rainfall decreased successively since 1990 and the highest rainfall during this period is 103.25 centimeter for 1990 and lowest 66.08 centimeter for the year 2000. Thus, the variation of rainfall during the last decade is 37.17 centimeter. From 1990 to 2050, it is being 12.25 centimeter. So, when the temperature is being increased, the relative humidity of the air parcel is also decreased also. From 1990, the relative humidity of the air parcel was 80%, but 2015 it was only 76.75%. So on the basis of the above mentioned data, it is clear that temperature with rainfall and relative humidity are inversely correlated to each other, and by observation it is found that when temperature increases, the rainfall and relative humidity decrease gradually and vice versa. And from the above mentioned data, it is clearly seen that the actual temperature is always high in the context of ideal temperature for jute cultivation. On the other hand, the actual rainfall is always low than the ideal rainfall for jute cultivation. Thus, for climatic disturbance, the production and growth of jute cultivation is totally hampered. Hence, the price of jute products increases day by day and the jute-related market totally shifted to the petrochemical industry. In the context of jute cultivation, the required ideal humidity 85% is always low than the annual relative humidity. Thus, the sowing, growing and harvesting period of jute is hampered and shifted, and the production rate of jute always decreased than the last decade. And thus, the occupational structure shifted from jute belt to industrial belt. So, the major finding of my topic is most of the farmers, 70% approx in the village, are traditional jute growers, and they are engaged in the jute cultivation regularly in the Kharif season. irrespective of loss or profit over a long period of time. And most of the farmers have already decreased the area under jute cultivation mainly because jute cultivation is more profitable and rice cultivation is more urgent in view of the growing population, and rating has become difficult more and more in rural area. An increased cost of production, presence of very active and ambitious middlemen, and absence of proper marketing system jointly ruin the hope of the farmer. So the conclusive part of my topic is that it is seen that there is a negative impact of weather change on the trend of jute production in Maniampur village, and the weather element like rainfall, relative humidity shows a continuous decreasing trend, and like a maximum minimum temperature is continuously has an increasing trend since the last 17 years. The production of jute is affected by this pattern of weather element, and the strongest relationship belongs between the trend of mean annual relative humidity and the per bigha jute production, followed by the trend of mean annual rainfall. In the next category, strongest relation is found in between the trend of mean annual temperature and jute production, followed by the trend of mean annual rainfall. So it is clearly established that there is a great impact of weather element on the overall jute production of Maniampur, and the changing trend of weather element has influenced the jute production to a great extent. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I request Purvita Sannal, student, Department of Geography, Bardwan University, to present her paper. Purvita Sannal.
Hello.
Yes, madam. Please.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this golden opportunity to present my paper in this two-day international webinar. And I am Purvita Sannal from the Department of Geography, the University of Bardwan. And my paper presentation is about water and sanitation in the cities of West Bengal. This is under the sub-theme of water and sanitation. So water and sanitation particularly don't need any introduction as such, but still water and sanitation are the parameters which determine the standard of living of a family in particular and the society as a whole. Any assessment of the status of water and sanitation has to be started from the social framework, social structure, availability of resources, and access to these resources. The objective of this work were that to study the availability of water and the condition of sanitation in the municipal corporations and the municipalities of West Bengal. And the study area are also the 118 municipalities and the 6 municipal corporations, which are according to the 2011 census. And in this study, I have shown the representation of West Bengal in two ways. That is, firstly, the district level, that is the spatial variation, and secondly, the population level, that is the category variation. The database was from the district census handbooks. Data was collected from district census handbook of 2011. The required data were collected and quantitative data sets were used to analyze the collected data. Statistical methods, mapping techniques, and various diagrams were used. And the diagrams such as bar diagrams and pies were done by Excel, and the maps were prepared by QGIS. So in the spatial dimension, the main sources of water in West Bengal are the high rainfall and the numerous rain-fed rivers flowing through the state. As we know that Bankura and Purulia receive very low amount of rainfall, which result into a low capacity of water. And on the other hand, the districts like North Chobbish Pargona, Nadia, Hooghly, they receive a high rainfall rate, as well as the Hooghly River flows through this district, which enrich the total capacity of water. And if the water availability per person is concerned, as usual, Bankura and Purulia has a low water availability, while Nadia and Hooghly have high water capacity. But maybe due to the high demand of water, as the population is high, the water available per person becomes a bit low. And Coach Bihar has a very high water availability. This is because the substantial low population and the numerous rivers that are Tista, Tosha, Joldhaka, Raidak, and maybe Kaljani, these flow through this district. If sanitation is concerned, according to 2011 census data, West Bengal ranks 21st in the total sanitation facility, that is 58.8%. The rural sanitation is only 46.7%, but the urban sanitation, on the other hand, covers almost 85%, the nation's average being 81.4%. From this choropleth map, it can be observed that Uttar Dinajpur, Nodia and Jalpaiguri have a very good sanitation facility. In this regard, it must be pointed out that according to the report, Nodia became the first district in West Bengal to become open defecation free, that is ODF, in the year 2015. On the other hand, Purulia is seen to have a very low composite score of sanitation. This indicates that there is severe sanitation crisis in this district. As far the population dimension is concerned, West Bengal is again, as I told, that drained with several rivers. So as a whole, West Bengal doesn't suffer from severe water crisis, but mainly that is mainly due to the physical location. But the increasing population pressure has led to low availability of water per person. It can be seen that as the population criteria is rising, the availability per person is decreasing. And it must be noted that in the population category 1 lakh to 3 lakhs, there is a rise in the water level per person. But this is perhaps because the districts in this category are mostly on the banks of river Ganga. So, and most of the places in these districts are like Malda, North Chobbish Pargona, Nodia, Howrah, and Kolkata is situated on the banks of river Ganga, but it has a low availability. This is because of the huge population growth. And this is the Z score, and the Z score is positive. If it is a positive value, it shows that it lies above the mean, and if it is a negative value, it shows a value lower than the mean. So the category of population below 20,000 and the population between 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs show a remarkably negative Z score. This implies that the usage of sanitation in all four latrines, that are pit, flush, service and other sectors, is much lower than the average. This shows that very less people in these areas have access to proper sanitation. Thus, it can be said that there are sanitation crises in these places. So the category of population from 20,000 to 1 lakh shows a range of almost minus 0.12 to 2.43 composite score, and this indicates that many large section of population have proper sanitation facility in this area. Thus, these areas have a good sanitation facility than the others. Finally, that as we know that the global sustainable development goals is that by 2030, improvement of water quality by reduction in pollution, eliminating dumping and minimizing release of hazardous chemical and materials, halving the proportion of untreated wastewater, and substantially increasing the recycling and safe reuse of globally. So the government should implement proper campaigns to educate people regarding the necessity and clean hygienic life, and the consequence of poor sanitation should also be taught. There should be proper sanitation measures taken by the municipalities and the municipal corporations in order to have a clean city. And water conservation should also be taken care of, like wastage of water should be fined, while maybe the rainwater harvesting should be promoted, and availability of usable water that determines the sanitation condition of a place. Like if the water availability is low, then the sanitation standards will be poor, and this will in turn result in many health problems. So these are like integrally related with the hygiene of a family. The access to safe water, proper sanitation and adequate hygiene education will help to lessen the sufferings and deaths causing from these diseases, which are called WASH diseases, like water, sanitation and hygiene diseases. And this will obviously pave a path for improvement in the standard of living and finally the sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. Now I request Papia Das, student, Department of Geography, CSJM University, Kanpur, to present her paper. Papia Das.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please present your paper.
Good afternoon, sir and madam. I am very glad to giving me opportunity to present my paper in this international webinar. My paper presentation is about sustainable development of organisms farming, and new technology. We are all know about the sustainable development is development that meet the need of present without compromising that ability of future generation to meet their own needs. The Sustainable Development form the basis of United Nations Conference on Environment and Development held in 1992. Sustainable development was the solution to the problem of environmental degradation discussed by the Heartland Commission in 1987. The sustainable goal had 17: no poverty, zero hunger, health and well-being, quality of education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reducing inequality, sustainable cities and community, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institution, and 17 last partnership of our goal. And we have to know what is sustainability in agriculture. Sustainable agriculture is using farming practice considering the ecological cycle. It is also sensitive toward the microorganism and their equation with environmental at large. Non-renewable resources are used in this farming. So it simply means the production of food, plant and animal products using technique that proves to be beneficial for public health and promote economical proficiency. So, in my research paper indicate to sustainable development in agriculture and economy. Agriculture is the main source of national income. The sustainable agriculture first coined by Australian agronomist Gordon M.C. Clement. Farmers are making their food for all of us without harming the environment and do their work keeping mind in sustainable development. We are all know that no man will live without healthy food. Our daily basic food come from agricultural field. Chemical fertilizer is harmful agricultural land and increase the global temperature. As well as organic farming is only way to save our earth and environment also. There are many methods to increase sustainable agriculture development. Sustainable development of agriculture help to satisfy human food and fever needs. I have chosen organic farming to keep sustainable agriculture environment. In my paper, briefly discuss about the vermiculture. It is the most traditional process of organic farming which act as a friend to farmer. It incorporation of biological process such as nutrient cycling, eco-friendly, nitrogen fixation into agriculture and food production also. My study area is Uttar Dinajpur district in Kaliaganj town, West Bengal. Headquarter of district in Raiganj. CD block has 8 gram panchayat and I have chosen Raton gram panchayat in Kaliaganj. It's situated 4.1 kilometer from away my district headquarter Kaliaganj. The vermiculture farm set up Raton gram panchayat in year of 2005. Thinking about sustainable agricultural, they still survive this traditional farming system only thinking about the environment and human health. My objective study is, as a researcher, I want to know that if the farmer are doing their cultivation, they have to keep in mind of sustainable development and how does organic farming lead to sustainable development. And my data collection was based on qualitative study. Primary data are collected from farmer and who have done the vermiculture, vermicompost. And result and discussion, farmers are doing their work keeping mind of sustainable development. They are collecting all wastage door to door and collecting manure within farmland. Vermicompost is process which compositing the gardening is done by uses worm. The worm present in this system will be consuming the organic material which is undergoing decomposition and their release from them out from wastage which is considered as casting. This is called worm manure, and there are many type of organic farming maintaining the sustainable development in agriculture and economy. First of all, we farm and yard manure. Farm and yard manure is decomposed mixture of cattle dung and urine. Compost manure is well rotted organic manure, largely processed aerobic and anaerobic, sheep and goat dropping, oil cake, bone meal, fish meal, and also they use nitrogen fixer like bacteria, azotobacter and blue green algae, azolla. And major finding is in present day by day crisis of cow, and we all know that without cow dung is not available for vermicompost and does not make any organic medicine for plant nutrient. Major finding, and I am very feel bad to say that farmers said sadly it is not possible making profit due to third party. Third party has taken the whole market into own hands. Third party means who are doing online glossary shop like Nature Basket, Big Basket, Happy Green company are buying organic vegetable crop from farmer at low price and making them high prices, putting their own logo and making huge economical profit. As a result, from the middleman, farmer are suffering from depression and farmer is losing interest for preparing organic crop and vegetable. We all need to pay attention to this issue that organic farming is not stopped in any way. Anyway, sustainable agriculture will not be possible what organic farming is stopped. Second problem is they cannot properly apply nutrient value for lack of education and lack of guiding. As a result, they cannot use new technology and machine. At last, we conclude my paper. Organic farming is help us tremendously to balance environment. Sustainable development of agriculture is going to be done without wasting and resource. Rather, biological resources are being created with the thing fellow which is essential for sustainable agriculture. I feel very happy to inform you that they are doing their work very good, but some problem are there. As I said before, major finding, the only way to get out into through marketing, direct marketing, and I will finally request the government to look into this matter. Those who are doing their work without causing any harm to the environment should never stop. The government should take their farmer to get enough money to cultivate organic farming for sustainable agriculture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. Now I request Bosonto Saha, student, Department of Geoinformatics, PRMS College, Bankura University, to present his paper. Bosonto Saha. Bosonto Saha, are you listening? Hello.
I think Bosonto Saha is not with us right now. Radha.
Okay, so we are going to the next presenter. I am requesting Nirmallo Mondol, student,
Yes,
Department of History, Bardhaman University.
Yes.
Please present your paper. Nirmallo.
Yes. Please take my respectful pranam and regards. My topic is Swami Vivekananda, the pioneer of industrialism and agricultural technology in modern India. Industrialization and agriculture are one of the major problems in 19th century India. Lack of technical education and deindustrialization were the causes of poverty in India. A significant aspect of Vivekananda's economic thoughts were industry and agricultural technology. Heavy industry and agricultural technology will solve the economic problem of our country. Vivekananda observed the economic condition of the country and emphasized the heavy industry. In second article of Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, Vivekananda spoke about technical education and science. Vivekananda focused on the heavy industry, but Vivekananda did not oppose the cottage industry. Vivekananda emphasized on heavy industry to solve the economic problem of the country. Agriculture is one of the major part of Indian economy. In colonial time, Vivekananda spoke about agricultural technology. Vivekananda said two things about agricultural technology. Firstly, unemployment will solve the problem. Secondly, make the country self-reliant. More machine cannot be applied in Indian agricultural system because unemployment will rise. At present, the emphasis is on agricultural technology in India. After the Vivekananda dream was fulfilled by Ramakrishna Moth and Vision. Vivekananda wanted agricultural technology for the development of country. Vivekananda combined heavy industry and agriculture for the development of the country. Vivekananda went to America on 31st May 1893. He went to Africa by Peninsular Sea. There he met with Jamshedji Tata. Jamshedji Tata was a scientist and businessman. Vivekananda talked with Jamshedji Tata about industrialization. Jamshedji Tata was influenced by Vivekananda, said the factories and technical school. This dream of Vivekananda was fulfilled by Jamshedji Tata. He did not only emphasize on technical education but also agricultural area. After the death of Vivekananda, his dream was fulfilled by Ramakrishna Moth and Mission. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. Now our next presenter is Ananya Saha, student, Department of Geography, West Bengal, Barashat Government College, Kolkata. Ananya Saha. Ananya Saha, are you with us? Ananya Saha. Ananya Saha, are you listening?
No, Ananda, she's not here.
Okay. So I request next participant, Satyabrat Roy, Research Scholar, Department of Geography, Raiganj University, to present his paper. Satyabrat Roy.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now I am going to deliver a presentation on the topic, the need for conservation of nature-centered element of public awareness for the development of human life. Abstract. In the later stage of the creation of the earth, various physical and chemical changes have taken place. Thus, physical, chemical coordinate with the natural environment on the earth. But now man has turned his livelihood and standard of living into a more luxurious state than ever before, which is not nature-centered, but to its lack of nature, various soil, air, forest, and water resources are constantly damaged in various ways. There is a large part of this biodiversity without which it is not possible to conserve the Earth's resources. Therefore, it can be said that the elements that make up the natural environment at every level of society are interconnected, and if any one of those elements changes, it has an effect on all living things. An environment is a group of living things in a geographical region or place on earth that maintains good relations with each other through interaction and reactions to nature by favorable condition. These geographical areas contains various inanimated and animated elements. Thus, inert elements are water, air, soil, and mineral resources. The living elements, on the other hand, are animals, beasts, and humans. Mountains, oceans, rivers, and all kind of the element in the upper layer of the Earth's atmosphere are elements of the environment. Conclusion: at present, the mortality rate is lower than the birth rate due to the advanced medical treatment and facilities in the world. Due to this high birth rate, overpopulation has put pressure on natural resources and depleted them. Therefore, there is a special need for conservation in order to make the people of the world live level in terms of education, culture, and society. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I request Dr. Meenakshi Mishra, Professor College,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meenakshi Mishra, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, madam, you are.
Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen. Is it visible? Is it visible? My screen is visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so greetings to all of you, all the delegates present here. My topic of presentation is assessment of agricultural scenario and strategies for sustainable development. I'm presenting a case study of Bihar. To start with, agriculture is the core of Bihar's economy, employing 77% of the workforce and generating 35% of the state domestic product. Net shown area in Bihar is around 53.95 thousand hectares and gross cropped area is 76.46 thousand hectares. Major crops grown here in Bihar are rice, wheat, maize, gram, red gram, sugarcane, potato, and other vegetables. Agriculture and allied sector contributes 18.9% of the gross state domestic product. The rate of growth of agriculture and allied sector has been 5.4% during 2007-8 and it has reduced to 4.7% during 2017 and 18. And when we talk about the farm holdings, the Bihar has very small and scattered farm holding. There are about 1.61 crore farm holdings, of which 91% is marginal. The water area of Bihar constitutes about 3.9% of the total geographical area. As you can see in the map, Bihar is divided into 4 agroclimatic zones. So this is my study area. Basically, the latitude and longitude is 24 degree, 20 minutes, 10 degrees to 27 degree, 31 minutes north. And longitude is 83 degree, 19 minutes to 88 degrees, 17 minutes east. Height from this mean sea level is 53 meters and this region receives average precipitation of 176 centimeters. Major rivers flowing in this region is Gandak, Ganga, Kosi, Bagmati, Mahananda, and so on. The objective of my study is to assess the agricultural scenario of Bihar, to introspect these sectors which need attention, and to identify the possible strategic interventions to make the sustainable use of available resources. So, methodology and data source. The paper is based on secondary source related to topic, that is Annual Report, Department of Agriculture, Government of Bihar, Annual Report, Department of Animal and Fisheries Resources, Government of Bihar Patna, and Government of India Situation Assessment Survey of Farmers, procured in 2015. My key findings, I have basically done analysis in 3 fields: agricultural scenario, horticulture scenario, and and fisheries. So if you can see the total food grain production in 2017-18 was 12.22 million tons, and pulse production was 0.47 million tons, and oil seeds 0.14 million tons. Per capita availability of food grain is 322.54 grams per day against all India average of 583 grams per day. It is little more than the half of the national average. So this is our horticulture scenario. Bihar has a total area of 0.2614 million hectare area under fruit crops, with highest under mango, followed by banana. The average productivity of food crops like banana, papaya, and pineapple is higher in Bihar compared to the eastern region. Bihar ranks first among all the eastern states so far in production of food crops were concerned. Of the total food production, Bihar contributes about 25.612% in India. So this is the scenario of fishery. This is the data of Bihar along with eastern region and India. Bihar has an ample scope of agro-aquaculture production. It has a total of 0.361 million hectare area under freshwater culture and produce around 0.301 million tons of fishes. Due to undulating topography, soil erosion, loss of soil nutrients and soil moisture is common here, and it results in the low water productivity. That is the key reason behind the low water productivity in Bihar. So major challenge we'll be talking about. The state agriculture faces multifaceted challenges that emanate both within the system and also from outside. The major factors contributing to low productivity is, first of all, it is technological factor. Agricultural institutions present here faces the challenge to take latest technologies to farmers' field. Land issue is one of the important challenge. More than 91% of all the holdings fall in the category of marginal holdings with farm size less than 1 hectare. Each such holding is again fragmented into small parcels, and that in turn affects the net sown area under cultivation. Another important challenge is rain-fed agriculture. State agriculture still heavily depends on monsoon, and thus the irrigation facilities are not up to the required level. Lack of infrastructure, road connectivities, storage go down, and power availability to agriculture sector is inadequate to usher accelerated agriculture development in the state. Lack of institutional credit that also slows the pace of implementation of Kisan credit card, leave large number of farmers dependent on high cost non-institutional lending sources. Inadequate marketing and processing that also affects the farmers' income, and flood and drought. Of course, the state is dependent on monsoon. A heavy rainfall leads to flood, and a deficient rainfall could lead to flood. So these menaces are these are some of the important major challenges that Bihar's agriculture faces. So, conclusion and suggestion for addressing the critical issues. Increased collaboration between line departments with responsibility for agriculture and allied sectors, and public-private partnership with private sector and NGO service providers will provide a boost to the low agriculture productivity. Introduction of innovative agricultural, livestock, and fisheries production systems should be actively promoted. It is required for more involvements of farmers into planning and implementation of extension and adaptive programs. Research and extension activities should be driven by current and emerging market opportunities. For planning purposes, there should be convergence of funds from various sources that are earmarked for extension and adaptive research at the district level. Department of Agriculture, Horticulture, Food Processing Industries, and related rural and peri-urban activities assume greater importance and provide opportunity for economic growth, improving livelihoods, and reducing poverty in Bihar. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation. Dr. Pintu Shi. Hello.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, I have sent the PPT to Sahabaz sir. Hello.
Okay, Sahabaz.
I'm ready.
Sahabaz, present.
Okay, okay. I'm presenting.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Pintu. Please continue.
Respected Principal Sir, Dr. Kanta sir, respected resource persons, respected persons of organizing committee, my dear fellow participants. Due to a technical problem, I am reviewing my paper again. So my paper is status of water supply and sanitation facility. It is study on Tarkosar town in the district of West Bengal. Next. Hello. Water supply and sanitation are two of the most important sectors in development. Access to water supply and sanitation are basic human needs and rights. Development of community water supply and sanitation facility are one of the main factors to improve social, economic, and health conditions of the residents of a region. Next. My study area is Tarkosar, which is famous all over India for its religious background. Tarkosar town and its 15 wards are the study area of my paper. Next. Change the slide, please. Next. My objective is to assess the status of water supply in Tarkosar town, to examine the facility of sanitation in the study area. Mainly primary data has been used for the study, and secondary data has been collected from the municipal office about the water supply and sanitation. Meteorology, primary data was collected from 600 households from the different wards of the study area. 40 households from each of the 15 wards were selected in systematic random sampling methods, and the data was calculated properly. Cartograms like bar graph, pie graph, dogleg diagram were prepared to understand the status of water supply and sanitation facilities. Maps have been developed using GIS techniques. Next. At first, I want to highlight about the source of drinking water. About 41,80,000 liters drinking water is required per day in Tarkosar town. Out of 600 sample households, 94.33% collect drinking water from tap connection, and 15.7% families collect from deep well. So tap water and deep well is the main source of drinking water. Some people below the poverty level, some family collect drinking water and for other uses or open well. Next. And availability of drinking water, out of 600 families, 99% families collect drinking water within 0.5 kilometer, and only 1% families collect drinking water 0.5 to 1 kilometer. distance. So availability of drinking water is well in this study area. Next. Sanitation facility, out of 600 families, 56.67% families are connected with open drains, and 39.67% families are connected with underground drains. Open drains and underground drains are the dominating sewage system in the study area. Next. Lavatory facility, out of 600 sample households, 42.33% have own safety tanks and 45.17% have own dry rattle. 7.17% families have shared safety tanks and 3.33% families have community safety tanks, and only 2% have community dry rattle. So mixed types of lavatory facilities have been identified in the study area. Next. And these are the major findings of my study. Water supply is available in the study area for drinking and other daily use, but what-wise disparity of tap connection has been identified during the field survey. Number 2, the infrastructure of tap water connected places are not so well. Open drain is one of the main sewage system identified throughout the whole study area. Release of bad cement from the decomposed solid waste in open drains, waterlogging conditions during rainy seasons are the common problems in the core and peripheral wards of the study area. In the slum area, the availability of lavatory is not so adequate. Open defecation by children beside the line in open drains is a common practice. Maximum public drains are temporarily filled with different types of solid waste which are not cleaned properly. Next. And next. These are the some recommendations I have given here. More tap connections should be given to the area where the population density, economic activities are high. And number 2, the place of the tap connections should be developed with cement tiles for the development for local environment hygiene and beautification also. Open drains should be covered with slabs of cement immediately for the sustainable development of the local environment. Municipal authority government should take project to construct few public laboratory in the slum area to protect environmental pollution. Public drains should be maintained and cleaned properly and regularly by the conservancy department of municipality. Door-to-door awareness programs should be organized by the municipality authority not to dispose solid waste in the open drains but to use public dustbins regularly. And at last, municipality authorities should start a campaign immediately to collect instant fine from the resident, daily commuters, tourists, shopkeepers who throw solid waste plastics in the drains. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shi, for presenting your paper. So here our technical session for day 2 completes. We are very happy that we have able to complete this session. Now I request all the participants to take a 10 minutes break. We will meet at 3:15 p.m. Our Madam Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu will deliver a valedictory speech. So please stay with us. We will meet at 3:15 p.m. Thank you. Speech. So I request Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu to please continue.
Thank you, Mahavidyalaya. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to convey my deep gratitude to my respected sir, Professor Nagesha Prasad, eminent geographer, Professor J.K. Dautari, Emeritus Professor Thailand, Professor Ravi S. Singh, Benares Hindu University, BHU, our Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. Milankanti Chattopadhyay, all the resource persons present here, and all my colleagues, dignitaries and delegates, and all the participants. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my proud privilege and honor to share my views with legendary and eminent geographer, scientists, distinguished dignitaries, and fellow friends attached to today's web platform on sustainable development. Now, we have come to the end of our 2 days international seminar. In present situation, the discussion about sorry, very disturbed from her. Please mute anybody. Now we come to our end of this schedule. In present situation, the discussion about sustainable development is very appropriate and relevant, especially in the worldwide pandemic situation for COVID-19. We are fortunate enough to gather knowledge from eminent geographer, legendary professor, scientist, environmentalist, young and energetic scholars in this web platform under the banner of Department of Geography, Kandra, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya, under the University of Burdwan, West Bengal, India. This August gathering of interdisciplinary participants from all over India and abroad shared their knowledge and experience in different aspects of sustainability, climate change, mitigation, air pollution, tropical cyclone like Amphan, COVID-19 situation, environmental conservation, biodiversity, population dynamics, health, water and sanitization, economy, agriculture, land use, land cover change, food and nutrition, sustainable community on the aspect of sustainable development. We are grateful to the renowned speaker of their keynote speech, special invited speech, technical speaker who surely enrich our knowledge, especially enough their huge experience, but enrich the knowledge base of all the participants, particularly young scholars and our students. In this web platform, total number of participants of different disciplines have been registered. We could able to provide scope of the paper presentation only 39 participants. Some papers were uncovered due to technical unavoidable circumstances. We sincerely apologize for this unavoidable situation. Within the registered participants, there are about 550. 13 number of participants came from 13 universities and 2 other important institutions like Air Quality Monitoring Institution, Indonesia, State Project Office, Himachal Pradesh, UP, India. And within these 17 numbers are associate professor and assistant professor, 15 are scholars, and 7 are the students from all over India and abroad have joined this webinar and shared their views and experience. We feel very honored that the Department of Nuclear Analytical Techniques and Ion Molecular Monitoring Sector, Civil Engineering Institution of Technology, Kanpur, Geoinformatics, Economics, Department of Physical Education, Department of History, Department of Environment, Department of Political Science, Department of Commerce, and also Department of Geography. Near about 11 interdisciplinary departments join with us for the 2 days international webinar. The focal theme of this seminar is very relevant and raised valuable issues that has attracted the attentions of the participants of different parts of the India and abroad. It obviously attracts the different professionals, doctors, planners, and decision makers also. So now, why we select these contemporary issues on sustainable development? We know that sustainable development encourages us to conserve and enhance our research base by gradually changing the way in which we develop and use the technology, countries must be allowed to meet their basic needs to employment, food, energy, water, sanitation, etc. So sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So the essence of this form of development is a stable relationship between human activities and the natural world, which does not dismiss the prospect of future generation to enjoy equality of life at least as good as our own. So we are fortunate enough to have with us Shahnaz Hussain, MLA sir, and GB member of this institution, President GB Amurthat Kundu, Professor J.K. Rotary from Thailand, Professor M. Mandural Hassan from Bangladesh, Professor Ravi S. Singh from Benares Hindu University, Dr. D.R.D. Listina from Indonesia, P. Krishan from Bangladesh, Professor N.C. Jana from Bardhaman University, Professor Biplab Bishta from Bardhaman University, Professor Bimal Kumar Kaur from Guwahati University, Professor Apurva Ratan Ghosh from Bardhaman University, Professor Nageshwar Prasad from Bardhaman University, and of course our Honorable Principal always with us. Sir, our Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. Mrinalkanti Chattopadhyay. Actually, without their enormous help and support, this type of historical mega event could not be possible in this platform. We are indebted to Mr. Shahnaz Ahmed, lecturer, Department of Mass Communication in this institution, Sri Manavendra Das, Department of Geography, Sri Shumit Kumar Kaur, Department of Geography, Sri Kushankar Kundu, Department of Geography of this institution, and Sri Jagannath Nath, official staff of this institution, Sri Bridhan Mandal, Department of English of this institution, for their technical support. They worked around the clock to make this event successful. Our Honorable Principal Sir, Mr. Dr. Mrinalkanti Chattopadhyay has kindly agreed to publish the selected valuable research articles in a book format, that will be ISBN book format very soon. So I express my sincere gratitude and to all the eminent geographers and scientists, and congratulate to all of the young scientists for share their valuable times with us without their busy academic schedule. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. May I request Professor Dr. Nageshwar Prasad, sir, kindly say something about our 2 days international webinar with this college. Sir, please say something.
So, thank you for mentioning my name, and the task is very much difficult for me because I was not present throughout the session, but I can say this one that the seminar has been very much successful, and credit goes to the convener and principal of the college, and also goes to all the participants, particularly some senior scientists, some persons who have contributed with their valuable opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. Now may I request Professor J.K. Rotary, Emeritus Professor, AIT, Thailand. Sir, please say something about our today's international conference.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a pleasure to be part of this webinar. And in fact, I had few sessions and it was quite interesting. And choosing this particular theme is of relevance, and it is relevant now, and also it will remain in future. So therefore, this is the right choice. And then this is a topic of multidisciplinary approach. So therefore, I could say that several disciplines, they have been engaged in this kind of webinars, and this is a good start. And I have high appreciation for the organizers that they could able to mobilize a good number of experts for special lectures, and by the same time they have also motivated the young scholars to participate in this webinar. And this is a kind of a good arrangement. And for me, this is a kind of platform where senior and young scholars, they have a chance to meet and share their knowledge and experience. And it is very much mutually benefiting to each other. So this point to be taken into account. And this is a time when all of us are very much concerned about COVID-19. And in fact, this has given us the opportunity to organize such kind of webinar, taking the advantage of free time slot. Though it is like working from home, and we try our level best to contribute to this technology. And from that point of view, it is also quite interesting. And then I have some other points, like there are several presentations by a group of young scholars, and by the same time also a very good number of presentations by the senior scholars as a part of special lecture. And to me, I feel because of the time, it is too compact to engage a large number of people within 2 days. And that is one of the constant. Maybe in future, you have to take into account for, timing. And to me, actually, it is better to have a few number of, resource person or experts for special lectures, and that will be more intensive than just touching few points. And so that way, we have to make it very intensive from learning point of view. And the other point is, because of this timing, very rare to see the students. Actually, it is very much beneficial for the students, and if students of your college and other places can join, and it will be better. But I know the limitation of technology. Everybody is working from home, and all facilities are not available with each individual. And I had the experience of conducting many different international courses through video conferencing mode. It is like this, but there are many departments and universities have been connected together, and then deliveries take place from different places like this, but that is more intensive. And it is just not 1 day or 2 days, since we run a course, and 2 days per week, and it continues for about 3-4 months. So that is more interesting, and the learning point of view, students are highly benefited. And if you plan such webinars in future, and you can think, it is not just finishing everything within 2 days in a compact way. Rather, you should have some space so that you can accommodate the interested persons of your choice, and then they have a chance to give a better delivery that will be mutually beneficial. So that is also my concern. And then there are few gaps, like it is obvious and well accepted because of this is what is driven by the technology, and sometimes the voice is not very clear because the system used by different persons from different locations. So therefore, so those points should be also taken into account in future, and giving a kind of instruction and doing some serial cell with individuals just to check the system, how does it work. So that is what I did. Recently, I did one presentation for Santiniketan University and another for Institute of Town Planners India. And the basic that I learned that they had a say like a real cell before one day just to check the system is in place and which software they are going to use. And I have experience with Zoom. Zoom is very good and very clear. And if it is a paid software, if the university or department has bought the software, then you have no limitation and you can easily use it. And just few days back, PAN IIT, a group of IITians from US, they conducted the impact of COVID-19 on economy, and our former governor and also former lady chairperson of State Bank of India, they were the two key speakers, and with the Zoom system, they could able to connect more than 1,000 people. And it was crystal clear in terms of listening, in terms of interacting, and so on and so forth. So we have to learn step by step because this is the new venture we have to get into. Not by choice, we are forced to do this. And then I think overall, I feel very good attempt, and overall it is an excellent say, effort. And I hope that you may venture something in future and taking into account some of the gaps that you realized through this webinar. So thank you very much giving me this opportunity to be part of your program, and really I enjoyed and I appreciate very much for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestion and lecture. Thank you. May I request our Honorable Professor Dr. Ravi Singh sir, please say something about our webinar, two-day international webinar on sustainable development. Sir, please say something.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Manjari Sarkar Basu, the convener of the 2 days international webinar, and her team, the guest speakers and fellow participants. First of all, I would like to apologize that I was unable to meet all of you yesterday when my talk was slated, because at that time, actually we were occupied because of some local mishappening which occurred very untimely. One of our senior colleagues actually expired yesterday. So I was not able to be, to connect with all of you yesterday. But since Dr. Manjari Sarkar Basu requested me to join in this valedictory session, so I am here. So I won't be able to remark on the interactions or the lectures given by the guest speakers, but I can say that the effort made by Dr. Manjari and her team must be congratulated, because though I was listening to Professor Rautre and he indicated towards a couple of problems with regard to the the medium which we are using, or there were some technical hitches, as I can understand. Thing is that we are in a developing country, in a developing society, and there are many limitations, including the infrastructure related limitations also,
which he himself admitted. And when somebody is making initiative for college, and that to a non-metropolis location, that effort must be lauded, and that's what I want to do. I want to congratulate the organizers, including the principal of the college and the convener and her team. But well, we should take lessons from whatsoever we do to improve in the near future. As far as the topic is concerned, this is not only relevant for today, this is also relevant for the days to come, that is the future. And at the same time, we should not forget that the sustainable development idea or the concept which we are discussing right now, or we'll be discussing even in the near future, by and large is the idea which was developed by the West. We must remember that the idea of sustainable development is not new, or it did not come into being after Brundtland Commission report published in 1987. If you look at the living ancient cultures of the world, in every ancient culture, sustainable development practices are part and parcel of their tradition and heritage. So what is important to remember is that, of course, we should try to understand the present problem. For example, many of the speakers must have talked about COVID. They must have talked about the economic problems or the other kinds of consequences of this COVID and all that, or the cyclonic problems which we experienced in the recent past, and so on and so forth. But what is important is to understand that how our ancestors have been able to cope up of all these things. When I say so, the thing which I want to share with you is that all aspects of our life interact with each other. As geographers, we can understand this because when we talk about the processes which take place on the lithosphere, when we talk about the processes which are atmospheric in nature, when we talk about the processes which take place in the hydrosphere, we find that all these three are interacting with each other. So similarly, when you are talking about sustainable development, whether you talk about the environment, whether you talk about the society, or you talk about the economy, all these three are interacting. So what is important to me is that in one hand, we must look at the present as well as the future. And on the other hand, we should also try to understand that how this idea of sustainability has been carried forward by the ancient sages and seers in our tradition. And there are lot many texts which need to be reinterpreted in the context of the present and the future challenges. And this is not the time to elaborate on all these things. Once again, I congratulate the convener and her team who made it possible. And I understand that, organizing even a webinar from a college location which has many limitations is really quite challenging, and they have come forward, and for this they should be congratulated in every sense. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share a couple of my views. And once again, I regret my non-availability yesterday because of the reason which I explained to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestion and valuable comment. Thank you, sir. May I request our Honorable Principal, sir, Dr. Kanti Chattopadhyay, sir, if you kindly say something about this 2 days international conference in our college. Please say something, sir. Our Honorable Principal, sir. Sir, our honorable principal, Dr. Milakanti Chattopadhyay said, please say something about this 2 days international webinar. Sir, please say something.
Good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome these of you that you have been without us for a long time now. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all you who sincerely committed to this event to make it a grand success. This international webinar titled Sustainable Development would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. You will be also pleased to know that all the papers presented here will be published in a book by the reputed publishing house, and very soon all present here is my hand and the success of seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mahavidyalaya Das, Organizing Secretary and Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Kandra RKK Mahavidyalaya, convey his vote of thanks for this 2 days international webinar. Mahavidyalaya.
Thank you, madam, for giving this opportunity to convey the vote of thanks. Hello?
Yes, audible.
Okay. Am I visible, madam?
Yes, Radha, you are visible.
Yes, visible.
Okay. First of all, I am grateful to the merciful Almighty God for establishing me to complete this Day 2 technical session of the 2 days international webinar on sustainable development held on 29th and 30th July 2020 by the Department of Geography, Kanta, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya. I would like to put forward my incessant flow of gratitude to our respected principal sir and chief patron of this webinar, Dr. Milakanti Chattopadhyay, for giving us this opportunity to organize this international webinar in such an extraordinary pandemic circumstances. I thank and congratulate to our college GB president, Mr. Amurchand, kind cooperation in BHU, Professor MC Jana, BU, Professor MM Hassan, Dhaka, Bangladesh, Professor Dia Diwana Vestiani, Indonesia, Professor P. Krishna Krishanthan, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Professor Apurva Ratan Ghosh, BU, Professor Bimal Kaur, GU, Assam, and Professor Biplav Vishwas, BU, whose valuable lectures have enriched this academic platform to the utmost extent. I take this opportunity to thank to the convener, Dr. Manjuri Sarkar Bosu, whose relentless efforts has made this endeavor a grand success. It's my great privilege to mention the name of the organizing committee members, Mr. Atanu Chaudhuri, Mr. Sumit Kaur, Mr. Shiv Shankar Pandit, and Mr. Jagannath Pal for their all-kind cooperation and supports. I also happy to thank all the faculty members of the Department of Geography and all the teaching and non-teaching staffs of Kandra, Radha, Kundu, Mahavidyalaya to be a part of this international webinar. I also thank to the advisory committee members, of this webinar for their intellectual and proficient guidance. I thank to Mr. Sahabaz Ahmed, Mr. Sumit Kaur and Mr. Bidhan Mondol for their technical supports, without which this program was not possible to conduct smoothly. Last but not the least, I thank to all the participants for showing interest in this webinar. I wish you all for your all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahavendra. May I request our principal sir for concluding this ceremony? Principal sir, say 2 words and would say, allow me to say some for the closing this ceremony. Hello?
Yes.
Sir, sir, may I request?
Go ahead.
May I request our honorable principal sir, Dr. Kanti Chattopadhyay, to conclude this ceremony? Hello? Hello, Mahavendra? Hello?
Yes, madam.
Please contact sir.
Sir is here, sir.
Please contact honorable principal sir.
হ্যালো, শুনতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, শুনতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে। আপনি অনুমতি দেবেন দুটো লাইন আমরা কনক্লুশন সংজ্ঞায়ব, তার আগে আপনি কিছু বলে দিন, তারপর আমরা সংজ্ঞা করব।
শুনতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না, ঠিক আছে।
আচ্ছা,
তো গত 2 দিন ধরে যে আমাদের যে সেমিনার হলো, এটা অত্যন্ত সাকসেসফুল হয়েছে। এই জন্য আমরা খুব গর্ব অনুভব করছি। এই অতি মহামারীর সময়তে, হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, অতি মহামারীর সময়তে আমরা যেটা করতে পেরেছি, এর জন্য আমরা খুব নিজেদেরকে ধন্য বলে মনে করছি। বিশ্বকবি রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর একবার বলেছিলেন যে দেশে দেশে মোর ঘর আছে, সেই ঘর লোক খুঁজিয়া। আজকে সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের প্রমাণ হয়ে গেল যে এই অবস্থাতে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা বিভিন্ন জনের বিভিন্ন প্রান্ত থেকে আমরা অনুষ্ঠানটিকে করতে পেরেছি। সেই সুদূর ইন্দোনেশিয়া, সুদূর থাইল্যান্ড, শ্রীলঙ্কা, বাংলাদেশ, ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন প্রান্ত, গুয়াহাটি থেকে শুরু করে হিমাচল প্রদেশ থেকে শুরু করে সমস্ত মানুষজন এখানে এসেছেন এবং তাদের বক্তব্য তারা রেখেছেন। এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা খুব গর্বের বিষয় হয়ে উঠেছে। কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি যে বিষয়টাকে আমরা বলতে পারি যে ছাত্রদের জন্য, স্টুডেন্টদের জন্য এই ইনস্টিটিউশন, এই স্টুডেন্টরা কতখানি এর উপকৃত হচ্ছে এই সমস্ত সেমিনারের মাধ্যমে, এটা বলা খুব মুশকিল। কারণ আমরা আগেই বলেছি যে আমরা তৃতীয় বিশ্বে বসবাস করি। আজকে প্রথম বিশ্বের সঙ্গে যদি আমরা নিজেকে তুলনা করি, তাহলে সেটা একটা হাসির খোরাক হয়ে যেতে পারে। তো তৃতীয় বিশ্বের মানুষেরা, তাদের বাসস্থানের অভাব আছে, খাদ্যের অভাব আছে, তাদের সুস্বাস্থ্যের অভাব আছে, শিক্ষার অভাব আছে। সুতরাং সেই প্রযুক্তি তারা কতখানি নিতে পারছে, যথেষ্ট সন্দেহ কিন্তু থেকে যাচ্ছে। বিশেষ করে আমরা যে ইনস্টিটিউশনে পড়াই, সেই ইনস্টিটিউশন একদম গ্রামভিত্তিক ইনস্টিটিউশন। এখানকার ছাত্ররা মধ্যে অনেক দারিদ্রতা আছে, তারা এই প্রযুক্তিকে ঠিক কতখানি নিতে পারছে যথেষ্ট সন্দেহ নেই। তো মন্দের ভালো, কিছু করার থেকে, কিছু না করার থেকে কিছু করা ভালো। সুতরাং এর যেমন নেগেটিভ দিকও আছে, পজিটিভ দিকও আছে। তবে আমরা আগেই বলেছি যে নেগেটিভ দিকটাকে আমরা দেখবো না, আমরা পজিটিভ দিকে দেখবো। এই সাস্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট বা যেটাকে টেকসই উন্নয়ন বাংলায় বলা হচ্ছে। এই টেকসই উন্নয়নের মাধ্যমেতে আমরা এগিয়ে যেতে চাই। আমাদের যেগুলো লক্ষ্য আছে, যে লক্ষ্যমাত্রা আছে, সেগুলোকে আমরা পূরণ করতে চাই। সুতরাং এই প্রেক্ষাপটে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা যে সাকসেস হয়েছি তার জন্য আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমাদের মঞ্জুরি সরকার বসু, মানবেন্দ্র দাস, অতনু চৌধুরী থেকে শুরু করে আমাদের যে ভূগোল ডিপার্টমেন্টের 10-11 জন যারা আছেন, মোহাম্মদ সৈয়দ আলী আছে, এদিকে আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। টেকনিক্যাল সাউন্ড হিসাবে যারা কাজ করেছে, মানে শাহবাজ আহমেদ, বিধান মণ্ডল, সুমিত কর, আমাদের জগন্নাথ নাথ, এদের প্রত্যেককে আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমরা বিশেষ কিছু বাড়াচ্ছি না, আমরা এখানেই এটাকে শেষ করতে চাইছি। এবং ম্যাডামকে আমি বলবো যে এই অতিমারী সময়তে আপনি যেভাবে এগিয়ে এসেছেন এটা খুবই ধন্যবাদ প্রাপ্য। এবং আমরা সমস্ত কিছুকে জয় করব এই আশ্বাস দিয়ে আমরা আজকে শেষ করতে চাইছি। আপনি আপনার অনুষ্ঠান সমাপ্তি ঘোষণা করুন এই বিখ্যাত গান দিয়ে। এটুকু বলি আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি।
Thank you, sir. We start the song with all of our faculty members. Please ready, all of our faculty members. Please visit all of the geography faculties. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Someday, oh dear, my heart, we do believe we shall overcome
someday.
We shall overcome.
We shall overcome.
We shall overcome someday. Oh, live in my heart, we do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you to all of us for sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। কলেজের তরফ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ। দেশ এবং বিদেশের যারা এসেছিলেন, পণ্ডিত মানুষে যারা এসেছিলেন, তাদেরকে সকলকে আমরা ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আমাদের এখানে অনুষ্ঠান শেষ করি। সব ভালো থাকুন, অতি মহামারীর সময়তে সাবধানে থাকুন, এটুকু বলছি, এটুকু বলি আমরা এখান থেকে ঘোষণা করি।
আমরা আমাদের অনুষ্ঠান শেষ করলাম। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।